Pawns becoming queens, queens becoming champions. It's the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Wow! Oh my god!
Some of the world's best women chess players are here to compete in the electrifying SCC format of escalating time controls, known for its heart-pounding moments and nail-biting finishes.
They hit me!
With a prize fund of $75,000 up for grabs, who will take home this year's crown?
Yeah, come on! Oh no! Oh!
Yeah, that was decided in the very last moment.
At this pace and at this high level, there is very little room for mistakes.
What the hell? Hanging! Oh no!
Get ready, all the action starts now.
Welcome everyone, this is Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023. We are your hosts, Women Grandmaster Kateryna Lagno and Women Grandmaster Jennifer Shahad. Jennifer, welcome. How do you feel today?
I am so excited. Two of my favorite players of all time facing off here in the semifinal. I mean, what more could you ask for? Very excited to see it go down.
Right, what you could ask for this early morning for you. I know it is very, very early, and good games of chess and a cup of coffee is indeed a good start of a day. Then we're gonna have Hou Yifan against Alexandra Kosteniuk right now. Tomorrow we have another semifinals, Kateryna Lagno and Harika Dronavalli. We have Hou Yifan taking down Polina Shuvalova earlier at this tournament, and Kosteniuk won against the girl on fire by Shali, and now they are facing each other. The winner of this match will go to the finals, and we're gonna have a grand final very soon. Jen, what a match is ahead of us.
Yes, I mean, two absolute legends of the game, Hou Yifan, Alexandra Kosteniuk. I mean, if I could pick any match to call, this one is just a dream matchup. And I feel like we're going to really be in for a treat because Kosteniuk, such an incredible fighter. And then we have Hou Yifan, one of the most talented players of all time. Let's take a look at Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk and some of her incredible accomplishments over the year. I mean, Ketty, we could spend an hour talking about all the things that Alexandra has won. This woman has staying power.
Right, Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk, I believe, is one of the most titled chess players in the world. She has played over the Women's Speed Chess Championship tournament so far, but she has not got this title yet. This is the one that she is missing, and she is also the former Women's World Chess Champion and the winner of Women's World Cup. She's also 2 times Fisher Random World Chess Champion, and many more and many more. He said that we can talk about this whole day today, but we have to rush into the actions. And then we see Kosteniuk now on camera. She's playing another tournament together, the Women's Speed Chess Championship.
That's right. Luckily, it is a rest day, so she was just getting a tall glass of water here. As we take a look at her previous match, where she did, as you mentioned, defeat Vashali, incredible player, on fire, but did go down in this match. And in fact, Alexandra, she dominated every single time control, right? So she won the 5-1, the 3-1, and the 1-1.
Yeah, that was a really amazing match. We were all looking forward to Vaishali and Kosteniuk. Now it's time to take a look at the profile of Hou Yifan, a grandmaster and the highest rated female chess player. We have here 4-time Women's World Chess Champion and the winner of the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2021. She wants to win another title. We know that she enjoys to play Women's Speed Chess Championship. She likes this format, but she's not very active these days because she has another full-time job. Jen, if you can tell us more about that.
Well, yeah, she's also a professor she was actually the youngest professor of all time in her university, and she's just an incredible person. I mean, breaking titles in academics and in chess at the same time. And the thing is, you can really see this talent seeping through her games. You know, I actually just have recently analyzed a lot of Hou Yifan's games, and it's just like incredible the types of tactics that she conjures up. She was a finalist in last year's Women's Speed Chess Championship, where she went down in the final to Lagno. Can she make the final again and repeat her winning ways in 2021 in this event? Well, this is going to be a key part of it, to defeat Alexandra like she did last year. But let's see what happened in her match against Polina a couple days ago.
Well, she started the Women Speed Chess Championship 2023, taking down Polina Shuvalova quite convincingly. The first segment 5+1 was a bit shaky for her. She was 2 points behind, but then with a shorter time control, she just took over. And the segment 3+1, you can see 6-1. That is a huge advance here in this time control. And the bullet was also very impressive, 4.5 to 1.5, and she won that match. However, today, these two players, it's not the first time that they have met each other over the board, an online chess tournament to Jan. We know that they have played last year at the semifinals, and funny enough, we actually commentated, both of us, that day and that match, and it was incredible. So let's recall the results again. Seems like Hou Yifan actually dominated all the segments pretty much, but then bullet was Alexandra's side of the court. She won the bullet section 5-3. According to what we have now, Jen, what is your personal predictions in this match?
Whoa, tough one, but I'm going to go with Hou Yifan today. Partly because I remember last year, I feel like she won this match despite having some kind of connection issues throughout the Women's Speed Chess Championships. And I also feel like this player, Hou Yifan, just so incredibly talented. And I love Alexandra Kosteniuk. I'm a huge chess queen fan. I remember last year, all the games, Ketty, were my favorite openings. The Ray Lopez and the Sicilian. So I was in heaven. Are we going to see that again? I'm going to give the slight edge to Hou Yifan. What about you?
I love both players. It is amazing how Alexandra Kosteniuk is playing all the competitions at this level. And we have also Hou Yifan, who is not playing chess that actively, but when she plays, she does her best. So hard to predict, but I would also agree with you, Jen. Let's see actually the predictions of Smart Chess. If we have the agreement 3 sides, and we can see here the all these segments pretty much it's predicted that Hou Yifan is the favorite, but we have here the bullets segment when we have a tie 3.5 to 3.5, and 59.2% is a probability that Hou Yifan will win, and 40.8% of probability of Kosteniuk win. This is very close match. This is not a huge difference of the predictions.
No, not at all. So anything can certainly happen. And, you know, a lot of it comes down to who gets off on that good start, gets those opening rolling. Yesterday, we saw so many different openings, but I remember in last year's match, we did have a lot of consistency, a lot of Sicilians, and a lot of Ray Lopez's. One thing that should be mentioned, Ketty, is that even though Hou Yifan won the match last year, Kosteniuk's biggest memory for her chess career was defeating Hou Yifan to capture her Women's World Championship title. So they both have good memories against each other.
They have very, very big history, Jen. And besides the personal point here, there is also prize money. And we have to talk a little bit about the prize fund of the tournament. This is $75,000 of the prize pool. And we know that This is one of the highest prize for the women, and Women's Speed Chess Championship is one of the biggest tournaments. The winner advanced to the title match in the end. Losers eliminates to the third place, and the winner will be awarded by $6,000, which is a really nice prize. Another $6,000 will be split by the win of the percentage. So a lot of on the table, a lot of memories for these two players. And Jen, yesterday after the game, Kosteniuk played against Vaishali. She mentioned that for her, this is very personal because she wants to win the match because she remembers the loss of the last year.
That's right. She said, she's ready to do even better. And she did. That match was pretty close, especially when you think about it in terms of speed chess championship standards, where you sometimes see these really lopsided scores when somebody gets an early lead. It was 11, just a few points. Like a couple bullet games can change that, right? So that was a close match. Get any closer, it's going to be Kosteniuk's match.
Very close match, and we have the first moves. We don't have Sicilian or Royal Pass. We have a new thing on the menu, and this is a Caro-Kann.
That's right. We do have a Caro-Kann, and look at this. We've got Queen C7 in this position. Are you familiar with this line of the Caro?
No, not really. I don't know. Seems like White was avoiding Bishop to F4, and Black was avoiding that, and White anyway played G3 to support Bishop F4, and then we have E5, and says like, you will never play Bishop F4 while I'm standing in this game. Jen, when I know this is quite comfortable for White, as you are finalizing the development on the king side very soon, and at some point you have this knight move on H4 or E1, and then F4, F5 to start the king side attack.
Interesting. So you think it's comfortable for White? Because I was going to say the same for Black. I was going to be like, oh, this looks okay for Black. Nothing too scary right off the bat. But I hear what you're saying. That is a lot of times the goal of these types of openings for White, to lull Black into that false sense of security, right? No major attack right off the bat. But if you get too comfortable, suddenly that kingside attack comes rolling at you with knight H4 and get F4 in at the right moment. And look at this bishop to B2 here by Hou Yifan, targeting the pawn on E5. Yes. And well, knight C4 coming into play. You don't really want to give up that bishop for the knight, right?
So then it will weaken the light squares, and knight H4, knight F5 will be a big deal in that case. Jan, exactly. It is clear to me that Hou Yifan has a very special preparation for this tournament. As in the other match against Polina Shuvalova, she was playing London pretty intensively, and she was not going to the main lines that she likes to go, the Sicilians, and so on and so on. I believe this is another her preparation against C6, and seems like she was ready for Caro-Kann from Kosteniuk.
Yeah, I mean, she certainly played the moves out quickly. For some reason, the computer did not like the move knight to H4, but okay. Now we see a change in the pawn structure here, as White has got double pawns after playing knight H4 to knight F5. Yeah, I wonder why the computer didn't like this. I mean, the first instinct when you see a move like B5 is A4, just kind of like chip on that block on B5 and try to open up the file. But okay, another move the computer doesn't like here, pawn to G4. Now,
what is this for? It's such a natural move to play G4 and start the kingside attack.
Sure. Okay. Maybe it had something to do with just going right after it. But knight B6 was played, so let's kind of like stay with the players here. To me, as White, I'm kind of fixated on potentially knight E4 here, really trying to clamp down on the white squares, because if Black ever gets to play E4 and try to play E3, that could be a little bit annoying, right?
It can be. What about the business right away? H4, G5, certified, yes. But anyway, knight E4 has been played, offering the knight straight. Bishop on C5 is also hanging. And maybe she plans to take with the queen and hits the pawn on C6. But no, bishop takes on E4 to stop the pawn on e5, so this pawn will not go much forward. But I do like this knight going on f4 square. Jan, do you see any way that white is stopping that happening?
Well, she did play queen f3. She quickly played queen f3 with the idea that if knight f4, there is a pawn on take on c6. But you have to be a little careful because knight takes h3 check could come into play. So knight f4 was not tried. So let's see if she tries to get it in later in the game when both rooks wouldn't be hanging on a8 and c8. Let's see. It's always lurking there in the background, right? This move knight to f4. That's the thing. That's why we call it an outpost square. You're never bringing that pawn on g4 back to g3. So the weakness on f4 is permanent, and she was able to clamp down on that square.
And she's going for that. She's giving up the pawn on c6. She says, okay, take it. Then I will take your h3 pawn with a check, and I will look after f2 pawn. So white has to watch out. Maybe king to h2 to avoid any kind of difficulties there on the king side.
I love that idea. King to h2, potentially preparing to play bishop takes c6. Bishop takes c6 right away. I agree. Knight takes h3 check. Looks like a good rejoinder. Not really a trade that we want to make off right now. And Hou Yifan, by the way, has gotten herself off to a big time disadvantage, 1 minute less than Alexandra in this position, and she's sinking into deep thought in this position. So
that what actually happened in the first match against Polina Shuvalova in 5+1 segment. Yifan had very good positions, but sometimes she was even flagging on the clock. So she might have this issue when you don't play that much of the chess games. You are just a little bit slow. That was our conclusion with Robert when we were seeing the games of Hou Yifan. She was doing fantastic games and the moves, but her time was ticking. Bishop to f1, looking for a knight on f4.
Love it. Okay, very interesting move indeed. Although, I mean, it's not like it's not the end of the world because we are protecting that pawn with the queen on c7. So I think the bigger issue for black right now is that after bishop f4, pawn f4, we do then have to worry about the c6 pawn when there might not be those tactics that we saw before with knight takes h3, right? So how is she going to deal with that idea?
So difficult to spot it out. She goes b4. What is this pawn doing that side? She is tapping the white's pawns to be advanced. But the question is, what happens after bishop takes, knight, pawn takes bishop, and bishop c6? Is not just a pawn, extra pawn for white?
Maybe she didn't really see a great way to prevent that, to be honest. Because, you know, there just wasn't really, the e6 square is protected by the pawn on f5, right? So perhaps Kosteniuk didn't find a way to protect that pawn. And there it goes. Pawn down on time, but up on pawns.
We do have it. And perhaps we're going to have also rook trade in this position. And the question is, how strong is this advantage for white? If white managed to get the bishop on c4 to look for f7 pawn, that can be quite dangerous for black. But I do like black's position in here with the bishop on c5, hitting on f2 pawn, rook controls the open e file. Maybe it's time for a queen also to find a better square. But for the moment, the rook on e8 is hanging and you cannot afford to lose it.
So rook e7 was just played. What's the idea behind that move? Let's see. I mean, well, obviously it's just protecting the rook, and she didn't want to play rook d8 for some reason. So I suppose that's the point. You know, bishops of opposite colored positions in the end game very drawish, but in the middle game sometimes you got to watch out for those tactics because the bishops control squares that no other piece controls. Well, except the majors.
Yeah. Jan, is there an f6 move here?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about f6. It looks a little attractive, doesn't it? I wonder if that would have been...
It looks very attractive to ruin the pawn structure than to play bishop e4 and bishop d3. That's even now its possibility.
But king g2 was tried by Hou Yifan after a little bit of a think. And, oh, you mentioned after bishop b6 to do it now, right? Absolutely. I mean, f6 is crying. Maybe, you know, maybe Katie, if f6, they would have been rook e6 instead of taking it.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Queen to e5. Now the queen gets into the business. I would be a bit worried if queen goes on a1 and rook goes on e1. Then white's king might also struggle a little bit.
Okay, so bishop d7 now played. Let's see. What is the idea behind that move? Queen
The
c3.
idea is to play queen a8, f6, and bishop f5, I assume.
Yeah, that's right, but it takes a while. So let's see. What about your move, queen e1 here? What's happening on queen e1 right away? Queen a8 check. If we look at this for just a second, queen a8 check just doesn't look like it's doing enough because there's too many pieces in take at the end of the variation. So let's see what happened here. Sorry about that. Let me get to the end.
Yeah, we do have the analysis board, the big one, but the live game is just below our video, so you guys can keep the eye on that. Queen to c3 has been played. Black is offering
yeah, instead of queen e1, right? And now Hou Yifan getting down to just 15 seconds as rook to d5 was played. Okay, she's now just hoping, I think, to hold on.
Queen c2. Black is now not anymore down the pawn. This is the call position.
So you got to be careful now about things like bishop to d3, and then your back rank's super weak. But the bishop on b6 does currently hold on to the d8 square. So it seems like things are okay for the moment, but it can change so quickly.
It can. Queen to c7. They both try to be very solid, like all these moves that are avoiding all the traps and the we can feel that this is just the first game. They want to start very safe games.
Yeah, rook to d1, you're right, just kind of covering up the back rank. And let's see now. Oh, queen c2. Okay, so what's the idea?
I like bishop d4 actually, this one, and the fact that white didn't repeat the move, that shows that she wants to play. Now Alexandra is also down on time. Rook to e3.
Oh, taking advantage of the pin, and now queen takes d1, queen d2 check. And here we are. We've got totally equal material, 10 seconds each.
Oh, that's going to be a draw, I guess.
Oh, it was headed towards perpetual, but Hou Yifan broke the perp.
No. But what happens if queen takes h3? She didn't decide, she didn't take that. Now e3 pawn is...
Look at this.
Queen c1 check.
Kosteniuk now. And the king is just I think at some point bishop e3. Oh, and checkmate! Checkmate on the board. Queen to f3, allowing queen
Look
g1.
at this laugh of Hou Yifan. She can't believe herself that that blunder happened.
Well, wow. Sometimes you try too hard to win, right? Because it was headed towards perpetual, and it was Hou Yifan who broke the perp. But then Kosteniuk ended up, mating with the chess queen with the chess queen mate. And now we have the Sicilian as Hou Yifan.
There we go. Oh my gosh, what was that? What was that? We should mention that it's quite early for Alexandra as well. But for Hou Yifan, I think that's a normal time of a day in China. So sometimes you just need to wake up a little bit on the board. You have to warm up a little bit of the board. We still have 62 minutes to go. And here we have the format on the screen, 75 minutes of 5+1 segment, 50 minutes of 3+1 segment. And then we're going to have the best portion of a day, bullet for 25 minutes.
That's your favorite, Ketty. Excited about that. Looking ahead.
Espresso, the shot in the end.
Well, I love it. Happen. But you know what? The cool thing about Blitz, if you love bullet, is that every Blitz game ultimately turns into a bullet game, which we certainly saw in that first game, which was so well played and then just became complete chaos in the bullet portion, especially as we saw Hou Yifan fighting to the bitter end, but sometimes fighting bites you back, right? And that's what we saw happen to her. But okay, this Sicilian, I like the fighting chances in this. I mean, very imbalanced right off the bat. Who do you prefer in these types of positions, Ketty?
I really like your right position because this knight on e4, looking for d6 pawn, and black is still not developed yet. Black has to take care of the king side. Bishop e7 short castle, and perhaps to play somewhere f6 or d6 to get rid of this pawn on e5, which is so annoying. But black has another plans here. Hou Yifan plays queen to b8, attacking the pawn on e5 right away, and she's asking, if you want to save this pawn, then you have to play f4. And f4 is double-edged position, but knight d6, look at this, Jen. If you take the pawn, then c4 loses the piece on d5.
That's right. So the pawn is currently untouchable. So she plays c4 herself with the idea that now if bishop takes c4, you can take on d6 because there's no pawn to c4, right? The bishop is there instead. All right. But the problem with that idea, the problem with that idea is that I guess here white has the two bishops, and when she does move the bishop away, she's going to be reinforcing that threat of c4. All right, let's see, how does she handle this threat?
Bishop to e2. I suppose bishop goes on f3 to control the long diagonal and the light square bishop, and then she threatens actually c4. So if black moves the queen away and loses the time, maybe you have enough time to push c4, maybe b3 to develop your bishop on b2 and have this nice square on g7 that you can look after. I love here white's bishop's very open position.
Yes. Queen c6, gotta love that move. It threatened knight e3, it threatened knight c3, but bishop f3 defends against all of them, right? And immediate castles here by Hou Yifan. And she doesn't want to get into a big time disadvantage as she did last time. Okay, b3.
Little move there, looks very good. Before with the idea to play c4, and bishop b2 is also right there. That is coming up.
Very yummy bishops here. I mean, it's hard not to love the bishops. With c4 coming, you're going to have to remove that kind of menacing battery of the queen and the bishop. And meanwhile, white can kind of configure her own pieces in such beautiful style. Very easy position to play with white here, you know. And to kind of counter that, Hou Yifan tried to mix things up now a little bit with queen c3. But it feels like that should be well met by just the simple rook b1 or, bishop d2.
Bishop d2, hitting the queen right away, and queen has to go back on c7. Maybe c4 goes right away. And Jen, do you think that they will trade the light square bishops and it will be dark square bishop versus knight position, or white will find some other way to keep both bishops on the board?
That's a great question. I mean, I think here black must be compelled to play, knight f6? Knight e7 looks very unappealing because of the bishop b4 potential pin. And indeed, knight f6 was played. But what can you, I mean, you don't really want to abdicate the diagonal and play like bishop e2, do you? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't really want to let the b7 bishop rule the diagonal.
And it's okay because after bishop c3, even though, you know, chess is a lot of times you got to give up one advantage to get a different type of advantage. And we gave up the two bishops, but we are going to get a very, very beautiful bishop versus knight position, right? Because we've got the gorgeous bishop on c3 and the knight on f6 doesn't have any squares to clamp down on, right?
Yeah, and e5 move is a nice found here to also limits the bishop on c3, rook goes on d1 and targets d7, a weakness. White will double the rooks on d5 for sure, and then if you play d6, then you're gonna have this pawn that can be attacked with all the white pieces. So black has to watch out here in this position. Black has to find a way to eliminate the weaknesses on the board, and you can't really hope for a win in this position unless there's a blunder that can happen when we have no time on the clock. But talking about the time, here we have once again Alexandra Kosteniuk with more time on the clock, and it's quite big difference.
Very savvy here with the rook f to d1. You know, I would have probably put the other rook there because I feel like so excited about this pawn on e5. But Alexandra notices that there's also action happening on like potentially the c file or the a file. So the classic which rook question, she decided to put the rook on f to d1. But you know what Tartakower said about the which rook? He said that in chess you think about which rook to put on d1, and after 10 minutes of thought, you choose one and it's the wrong one. So in the end, maybe it won't matter so much, Petty, as she's using that first rook to attack Hou Yifan using the rook up and over technique as it's headed to g3 to create some mating threats.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like how both players are getting these rooks busy in the game. We have the rook lives here on the 6th and the 3rd rank, rook g3. Definitely something that I would love to look for. Or maybe first rook to e3 to hit the pawn on e5 even more. And then there's always in the pocket h5, h4, h5 kind of moves. So h6 has been played, and that can be sort of target. Maybe bishop c1, bishop h6 kind of ideas here.
Ooh, I like that idea. Bishop c1 could be in the air. We saw, oh yeah, she did it. From your mouth to Alex's ears here is she's played bishop c1. It's funny because Hou Yifan played bishop c1 last game, and it was a really good move. She did lose the game, but that move was quite strong. So these backward bishop moves, difficult for strong players to find, but for grandmasters, these types of bishop moves just pop right up into their eyes as one backward move is met by another. Hou Yifan playing knight h7 to laterally defend that pawn.
Now white is switching to the other side of the board, rook to d1, maybe rook d3 is her idea. And I was thinking, Jan, maybe it's time to even push the pawns on the queen side and get some attention of black's pieces to that side of the board. So far not possible before because c4 is hanging, but can we play something like rook d3, bishop a3 to hit the pawn on d6?
Yeah, I love this idea. Kind of like transferring one weakness to another. I mean, definitely white has the edge on the clock and on the position. Can Alexandra Kosteniuk start off with this huge 2-0 lead? It's looking very promising, especially as Hou Yifan goes under 30 seconds. And I think she's thinking, because she's worried exactly about what you were saying, Ketty, with the bishop a3, and like, how do you defend that pawn, especially with like ideas like c5, making rook d8 impossible, right? I mean, that if we put our bishop on a3 and you play rook d8, we're always going to have c5. So how to defend here?
I think her idea was to play after bishop a3, e4, and then e3. So white stopped that with queen e4. However, knight comes back on f6 with it attack, and we have queens off the board. And white is thinking how to recapture it back with bishop rook, or the pawn is also out there.
Great players think in positions like this. I mean, the automatic move for me would be like bishop takes, but it's a mark of a great player that when there are exchanges in the position, you think, especially when you've got that 40-second edge, and here she's got that rook to b1, gearing up to potentially try to expand, but you got to make sure you do it correctly. Otherwise, your advantage could simply disappear. And now look at Hou Yifan get on with her counterplay here, because she's got an extra pawn on the other side of the board as well, and you got to get it rolling.
Yeah, somehow I'm starting to like now black's chances here, because e4 attacking the rook, if you leave the 3rd rank, maybe even e3, not right now because you have to watch out. f5 pawn is hanging with a check. b5, who is the first here? Maybe e3, Jen, and we have some kind of complications on the board.
We definitely got complications on the board and the clock. 12 seconds to 35 seconds here, as we now see rook to c8. Okay, but what about just running with the b pawn? And she did it.
Oh, this rook is doing too much, I think. Let the others play too.
Yeah. I mean, especially in blitz, this is just so hard to defend. They say knights are terrible at defending against passed pawns, especially in blitz, as it's so difficult to find those perfect moves to protect the pawns. Okay, d5, but can't we just play c5 and their pawns are just rolling? Yeah, I would have liked that.
I loved your move, and I loved c5 to have the connected pass pawns, but now this is something very nice for black. You couldn't ask for more in this. Knight e5, knight d3 comes on the way to blockade the rook on this file. Knight d3 now is a serious threat to win the pawn on d5.
And meanwhile, Hou Yifan has actually re-grabbed the time advantage, and everything has changed from a crushing position for white. Now, all 3 results definitely possible.
Definitely possible. Knight to d7 here. Black needs some time to understand that it's fine, it's safe now. And there's no practical way here to lose, actually. Rook d5, rook d3, and that's it then. I think Hou Yifan hold it.
Very,
Yeah.
very nicely done by Hou Yifan to save that game, as it looked like she was going to go down 2-0. That's a demoralizing way to start. So coming back. And here we have the same opening that we had last
Ooh,
time.
again and again and again, we have this line of Karakana, and now Black is playing G6. That's something new. We have not had that in the other game. We had E5 instead to stop the bishop on F4, and now Alexandra Kosteniuk changed her mind and developed this bishop on G7. Yeah, this is something that we don't know that much. It's not very common theory here. It's just a sort of a kind of setup that White feels, I think, very comfortable. You like Black's position usually here, right?
Yeah, I feel like last game, eventually, Kosteniuk Hou Yifan got a really nice position. And so Kosteniuk wanted to try something a little bit different by fianchettoing this bishop. So let's see how it works out for her. I do feel like I understand why Hou Yifan is playing this line, though. I feel like it's very cagey and it kind of like extends the game because it really makes almost the opening something that you need to think about really hard, right? So it kind of makes the
Yeah.
game longer in a way, and perhaps she feels like that suits her.
Yeah, that suits her. Maybe somewhere like to develop your bishop on d2, rook to c1, maybe knight e1, h3, f4. Somehow you have very solid. Before here. Hold on. What is this for?
I like it. I mean, it feels like it's a position that's a little easier for White to play now. Black's king's still in the center. So what happens on b5? Where is this knight going to go? All the way back to d8, perhaps looking at relocating to e6, not to mention the fact that the pawn is currently under capture.
Maybe a4, maybe queen b3. a4 sounds safer here. She goes for that. I wonder how Black is going to finalize the development. Bishop b4 controlling this long diagonal. Castle, perhaps here? It's time to castle.
It's still safe, yes. Bishop b4 castles, there's lots of pins, but it doesn't look like there's any knockout blow. The one annoying thing is castle. So Kosteniuk kind of in the tank here, decided not to castle and play h5 instead.
Oh, that's surprising. H5, h4. She wants to push the pawns forward. White cannot play h3 to kick the bishop away. Queen b3 is not liked by the engine. And you can see Alexandra's eyes. She knows that something is not good here for White. h4 on the board.
Oh, just going for it. Wow, I thought for sure she was going to have to castle in this position. But now notice knight takes h4, impossible because bishop takes e2. So
yeah, and that's what's wrong with queen b3. It left knight on e4 all its own.
Oh, wow. Just going for it. Just kamikaze here by the chess queen. Love to see this. So what are you going to do? I'm just going to try to take on g3 and create some tactics. Bishop f3, queen h3, something you got to watch out for.
Yeah. Wow. How you found here really trust Kosteniuk, you trust your opponent that she cannot checkmate you, but I don't trust Alexandra Kosteniuk. She is capable to find here a lot of dangerous ideas to White's king. Takes queen h2, bishop g2.
What do you think? What were you thinking here, Ketty?
I think a pawn takes g3 is the move that Black can play.
Oh, she's played h3. Interesting. And then obviously forcing bishop to h1. So closing down the action on the file has a lot of disadvantages, but it does cement this beautiful bishop here. All right, rook to c2.
Yeah. That's a bit surprising.
This is like a permanent fixture in this position. And this bishop on h1, especially now with the pawn on e4, is always kind of like locked in this closet. Oh, what's
bishop h6 is a blunder. 95, Jen. 95.
Oh, no, 95. Yes. Uh-oh, and this is going to even the score because this move is just totally winning because the bishop on g4 just hangs.
It's a piece for free and everything just falls down. Black is getting the rook for 2 pieces,
Yes.
but white got 1 pawn. Another pawn on d4 is miserable, and white will get pawns 1 by 1.
So this is what she thought. She thought maybe bishop takes c1, that in-between move, so you can't take on d7. But the problem is just the elegant queen takes c1. The fork remains, and now white ends up with 2 pieces for the rook. But the problem isn't just the 2 pieces for the rook. It's also the black king. That knight on d4, very
How about
menacing.
d5, knight f6, knight queen h6 ideas? e5
Exactly.
open up the light square bishop that is so locked here now. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just trade off all the queens or something, maybe black would have some chances to create something here, but nothing here in this middle game. It's too good for white. As you point out, e5 for any knight f6 is going to be crushing.
Yep,
Some
she's
point.
going for h3 pawn. Already 2 pawns of d4 is another weakness here. Knight h6 is the move you can play here. e5 is still the move you can play. Bishop f3. Yeah, knight h6, bishop h5 is the target now.
Oh, there's also knight f4 coming into the position. These minor pieces on white's camp are just overwhelming. I mean, there's just so many of them. Look at this one, bishop to d2. It's like, how many minor pieces can we have here? Every single one of them participating in the action.
So many pieces for white, indeed. Check on the board, bishop h5 is coming up. Maybe even g4 then. Too much.
And there it is. Hou Yifan has even the score here. But this game, that game was a bit demoralizing, I think. I mean, true, it was just a blunder, but, Alexandra now has to right the ship.
We have to be honest. We have seen some heavy blunders already starting this match here, and the score is even at this point. But those games were decided because of the heavy blunders. First game was a blunder of a checkmate in few moves. This blunder as well. Whoa, that's we can feel the tension. We can see the nerves here in this match.
Yeah, and I feel that we've got here now a different type of Sicilian here, as we've got a really exciting kind of structure here with huge imbalances. We see the knight to d5 move now. What's going on with knight takes e7, queen takes e7? How is white going to try to play for an advantage here? So the e4 pawn currently on take, so she plays bishop to f3.
To stop d5 happening, then she will play queen d2, rook to d1 to attack the pawn on d6. That is here white's plan. But can black still play knight c5 and hit the pawn on e4?
I don't think so. I don't think they want to. I don't know if she wants to do that right now. Maybe though. You're saying knight c5 right in this position. I was thinking like maybe she'll preface it with rook to c8. Which also brings in potential ideas of playing rook c4 in some moments. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe knight c5. It's not as typical of a Sicilian move, but a5.
I like that
kind of nice way to try to kind of like poke at white's position before they get that dream setup that you mentioned. Now, the classical reply against this is just a4, right? a5, a4 should benefit white.
Yeah, well, there is this huge hole on b5 that you are just pointing out here. So there's always a downsides of a5 when you played moves like that. The rook to a3. Where this rook is going, really?
I guess here. I mean, but
e3.
But first, this knight on b3 needs to be removed. I mean, I don't. This is a very unusual positional maneuver, but Alex played it immediately, so I'm sure she had prepared it, or in a similar position. She had seen something like this because she's just really ready to play that move, rook a3, and now knight d2, attacking the rook on c4, and now this rook on a3 makes even more sense, doesn't it? It's ready to go to d3 at some point.
I think she has to go right away. Otherwise, black can play rook to c8 next move, hit the pawn on c2, and if I want to play c3 in that position, then this rook on a3 would be locked up.
True, but if she plays rook d3 right away, isn't knight c5 a bit annoying? Like I'm not keen on giving up this bishop, but this bishop on this dark squared bishop in the Sicilian is usually one of my favorite pieces, right?
Yeah.
Because
I get your point. This bishop is so important. Controlling whole board. Knight c5, as you predicted here, the bishop is off the board. Maybe white has to press the pawn on d6 right away, lose no time in here. Knight b1 would be my move of choice, but bishop c4 is something that you can watch out, Jan. If you play knight b1, bishop c4 loses the exchange.
That's right. That might have been that precisely might have been what Kosteniuk missed, because this positional idea that came so quickly to Ketty seems very odd to many viewers, maybe so slow. But the idea is to play knight c3, where you control all these key squares and you protect d4. How beautiful life is! But unfortunately, bishop c4 skewers her plan. Okay, so what if we start with rook e1? Then your move rook c8 might have been annoying.
b3. I don't know. What about rook c8 now, Jen, to hit the pawn on c2? What's white's plan in that position?
I think she's trying to just like bolster up with c4, honestly. I mean, even though it makes this bishop absolutely horrible, maybe she thinks that will give her at least like some good holding chances. But that won't come to pass because b5 was tried instead.
Yeah, b5 stopping c4 for the moment. Now black is also planning to push a4 and to eliminate another pawn of the queen side. Queen a1, stopping that happening.
Queen to a1. All right. Now, this knight is always so annoying, Ketty. I wonder about your idea, knight b1. Can we get it in at some point? Or maybe knight f1? To e3, even better. If we do, I feel like white's position will have really recovered if she has time to relocate this knight on d2. And there it is, knight f1.
It is on the board. Knight f1, knight e3 goes on the way to d5, f5, or possibly on c4. But all those squares are controlled by light square bishop on e6, Jen. That bishop is a good bishop.
It is. And what happens if d5, by the way, Ketty? If black plays d5, pawn takes d5, there's e4, right? But then you have pawn takes e6. So I guess everything's holding together for the moment. But don't forget that the dream of black and Sicilians is to get the move d5 in.
Yeah.
So I'm always looking at it, even if it doesn't work.
And we have both sides moving their knights from one side to another. I like this knight c5, a4 ideas. You can't ask more in Sicilian with black pieces, more than this position. It seems like black has solved all the problems.
Oh yeah, beautifully played by black. I mean, this, you were mentioning that there've been some blunders, but so far, I mean, I think this game's super well played. Black is really trying to get the advantage in the Sicilian after a tough opening for white. Oh, but what's going on here? Rook takes d6. Okay, so rook takes d6, and now pawn takes b3, and suddenly queen takes c5. The problem is what? b2 is just going to end up making another queen.
And you cannot stop that happening, actually. b3.
And this was the miss. Queen takes c5. Does not work. You can't take that. And if you don't take the knight, you're just in huge trouble, right?
Oh no. Queen c5, b2 it is. There is also rook a1 possible, but you don't necessarily need to do that. It's not a checkmate. b2 is enough, more than enough. That's a second queen. She can't find a move here. You cannot play queen b2 because rook a2 will kick the queen away.
That's the problem. Queen b2 will kick the queen away. Obviously, queen c1 is even worse because just b2 comes with a tempo. Well, what a move. And look at that, 2 exclams pointed out on the move. But she did try your move, queen to b2. Is there any trap here with a check on d8? I don't think so.
No. Black's king is quite safe here in this position. Black is thinking how to play rook a2, or there's also this crazy idea: rook a1, queen a1, b2, queen b1, and bishop a2. Maybe that's too much, but it's beautiful.
Yes. fancy points, though. You got some fancy points.
Yeah.
Just give up our pieces first. Yes, why not? Knight A4, though. This is the more
Sorry.
sedate way to do
Not-
something similar as Knight C3.
Oh, bishop A2 now? Bishop A2?
Oh, there's your idea. Bishop to A2. She did it. You called it.
Hey, bishop A2. I'm happy to guess one move. So if you
And there
take
it is,
this,
the queen trap. Trapping the queen, right? The queen can't go in. And there she does it. Hou Yifan takes the lead with a very nice win.
how many brilliant moves she made in this game? 2, 3? But anyway,
Yeah.
there was enough to win the game, and she now takes the lead. Jan, so far we have seen amazing games.
Oh boy, I mean, this has been absolutely sensational chess, and particularly that game. I mean, A5, A4, and Rook A8. Just a real stunner. But as we head to break on the 5-1, I want to let you guys know about the Chess.com College Ambassador Program. It's back. If you are a college student who wants to help grow chess on your campus, join the team and get the backing of Chess.com at your school. Benefits include diamond memberships, exclusive Chess.com merchandise, career opportunities, and even meeting chess celebrities. For all of the details, use !CAP for College Ambassador Program in the chat. And we will be right back with the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship and this thrilling match.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
Yeah, last two tournaments has been like a dream tournament for me. I mean, it went so well. Not only the results, but the games were also good quality, and I'm very happy about it. And yeah, I think in Qatar, I made my final GM now, and it really gave me confidence to do well in the Grand Swiss event. And I think, I mean, going forward, I'm already like very confident about my play, and I think going forward in my future tournaments also, it'll be very helpful for me with my confidence. Honestly, like when I played in the speeches event in the pandemic time, like I was focusing more on the speeches event. Like I used to play a lot of games online to get this mouse practice, and I was taking it more seriously. But earlier, I thought with the over-the-board events, I might take like less seriously. I mean, for coming to this year. But I think once I saw the padding and the brackets, now I'm more serious into it, and I started playing games again. And yeah, I'm back playing online again. Yeah.
coming back at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk on our screen, getting ready for the next portion of the segment 5+1. She is down 1 point right now, 2.5 to 1.5 in favor of Hou Yifan. However, the match between these two has such a big history, and here we have all the players that Alexandra Kosteniuk took down in 2008 when she became the world chess champion, and we had Anna Yushelina, Pia Kromnik, and in the end Hou Yifan. The match went 2.5 to 1.5. There was the finals, and she managed to win the big title, fighting with these three amazing chess players in the world. Jan, that was many years ago, 2008. And after that, Alexandra has won all possible titles. One title that is missing from her bio is Women's Speed Chess Championship. She'll try her best this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that was 2008, and Hou Yifan's not even 30 right now, right? So she was very young at the time of that match. I mean, she was a chess prodigy. She actually beat Humpy Kineru and Yuta Polgar's record for the youngest grandmaster ever, youngest world champion. But
youngest world champion as well, 16 years old only. That is the chess player we want to see. We want to have her again and again. But she decided that she wants also to divide her energy to the other profession, and she enjoys that so much, Jan. We had the interview with Hou Yifan after her game against Polina Shuvalova, and she seemed very happy with her job and some changes in her job as well. They are very focused right now, and the next match will start in a few seconds, Jan.
I can't wait. And here's the thing, Ketty, even though Hou Yifan was so young at the time, she was the favorite in that match against Kosteniuk back in 2008. She was a higher rated player. And I remember quite well, Kosteniuk won the game with the black pieces in the Rey Lopez. So they had 3 draws, and Kosteniuk won 1 with black. It was a really nice game if you want to go back over it. But now, unfortunately for Alex, the score is the exact opposite right now to start up the Women's Speed Chess Championship. 2.5 points for Hou Yifan and 1.5 for the Chess Queen. Can she right the ship? Well, that last game by Hou Yifan was really gorgeous. It was a really gorgeous game. And by the way, we're back.
Brilliant moves. Every move was just amazing. Jen, what is really good news here for Kosteniuk is that 35 more minutes in this segment, and we do have 2 more segments. And last match that they played previous year, it was her best. Kosteniuk did her best in the bullet segment, so I think she's very confident in that. To talk about this game itself, we have here the London bishop on f4, and a bit weird setup that both sides have not castled yet. What we can tell about this game?
Yeah, well, it started with, instead of e4 in the Caro-Kann, it started with d4, knight f6, knight c3, which is something that Hou Yifan also tried in her previous Women's Speed Chess Championship. So just a way to kind of break out of her usual e4. And now we see the move knight to g3. And where are the tactics headed? As rook h3 we see, because knight takes g3, queen g3 was not something that appealed to her. So she goes for that rook move instead. And we've got a lot of trades, Ketty. And
we have a lot of trades, and we have the long side castle. Both players just castle there. I was thinking about if black castles short side, maybe there will be some bad, very, very strong attack on the king side. So Kosteniuk here felt that she had to castle long side to avoid any kind of attack. The question now, is there any possibility for attack on the queen side? I don't think. C4 would be a bit too...
Yeah, I mean, I guess you mean you could play like something like the g4 and try to hammer through and get a little bit of a weakness here. I mean, seems very long-winded, but hey, I mean, we got 4 minutes, so got to do something. But look at that. The knight has gone back to c6. And actually, this knight is kind of annoying in this position. Like, I feel like Kosteniuk's position would be totally fine, like 100% equal, if she could have a good square for this knight. But actually, it eludes me. Like, where is this knight's dream? The knight doesn't even have a dream. Do you have a dream for the knight? I don't.
95, 94, maybe. But I think she just wanted to control e5 square. But then rook g4 now comes on the board. And after rook h to g8, bishop h7 wins the pawn on g7. So black have to watch out for that little threat over here on the board.
Very good point. Yeah, this rook goes creeping up to h4 to go to g4. And by the way, I wasn't criticizing Kosteniuk's move. I'm just saying that in general, the knight doesn't have much of a dream because so many of its relocation squares are kind of protected by this bishop. So it's just like a little bit of an unpleasant position for black. Bit better bishop versus worse knight.
Yeah, and we do have here f6. Black decided to guard g7 pawn with f6, potentially to play e5 somewhere in the center. And maybe that's the future for the knight to support e5 square to open up a little bit the position. But once again, the bishop on d3 will be very happy to see some of the open positions in this game.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, if we can get e5 in some kind of positive fashion, then the tables could really turn. So I definitely agree with you that that's like Kosteniuk's dream now, like to try to play rook e8 and then get e5 in, and why not give it a shot? Instead, she's played b5, a very risky move, Ketty.
It is risky.
I'm shaking with that move a little bit. Like,
It
that
is a
move
risky
scares me.
move. Dan, should we hit right away a4? You're pointing it out. There will be some breakthrough for sure on the side. Queen f2. Support on f4. Stopping e5 happening. White wants to double the rooks on e5. Rook e2, rook e1 would be the idea. What black is playing, black wants to play somewhere a4, b4. The queen side attack.
Okay, rook b6. So trying to get rid of this pin, right? You had mentioned that e5 would be impossible. Okay, f5. Interesting move. Okay, what's the point there? Can e5 be played here?
Yeah, and we can see Hou Yifan looking on the side, calculating the moves. After e5, I assume she wants to take on e5, pawn takes e5, and bishop e4, pins the pawn on d5. Maybe that's her idea.
I like that idea. Very beautiful. Nice little pins. There's pins everywhere here, right? So this rook is pinned, this pawn is pinned. That's a nice one. I like that. So if Alexandra can't play e5, then this has got to be a nice, like a really nice move. This move f5, then a successful move. So what's she gonna do instead?
Rook 98 maybe to guard the pawn, but that's so passive. That is so passive. Yeah. You don't want to play that move.
And meanwhile, White can try the plan you had mentioned earlier of doubling the rooks on the e file, which seems like it'll be a really nice edge for White. I mean, hey, this has worked out well for Hou Yifan, this opening choice.
Yeah, and look at the time situation. She is exactly 1 minute ahead on clock. So this is how actually she started in the previous match as well. She started a bit slow, and after first break, she came back. She was so fast. Her speed was incredible, and that's what we see here as well. Well, Jen, Alexandra said yesterday at the interview that she usually, when she plays this Speed Chess Championship, she has her laptop on the side, and she sees and prepares for the next games and sees the other games too, how to play. But now she has only one laptop, and she said that she has no possibility to get ready for the next match. So that can be a little bit issue for Alexandra here.
Well, I mean, honestly, my impression of the match so far is that Hou Yifan is just playing fantastic in these last few games. Like, I don't really think that Kosteniuk is playing worse than she did in the beginning of the match. I think Hou Yifan is just playing better. It's like she's waking up, the coffee is kicking in, and Kosteniuk is the unlucky recipient of like this, like just really inspired play here by Hou Yifan. So let's see if she can. Sorry, it looks like I missed a couple of moves here. Excuse me. A5, was played, and then after b4 takes b4, c4, cracking things open, and knight to a5 on the board, hitting the
I
bishop
love
on
how
c4.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I love how Alexandra made all these moves here to look for some counterplay, and somehow now all her pieces are happy and active. Just the problem is that one of her pawn is missing off from the board, and it might be the issue here for her.
So what to do now for white? Because I really, like you mentioned, knight a5. So if we move our bishop back to a2, for instance, b3 actually turns the tables. We can't go to d5. So what's the idea? Do we just play? Why is white doing? So the computer loves the position, but it's not that obvious to us humans why Hou Yifan is totally winning here, because at the moment, Kosteniuk has a very concrete idea, right? Take the bishop or block the bishop out.
Yeah, is that something queen e2, maybe, or queen to f1 to guard the bishop by the queen? This is one opportunity. Another opportunity that I'm looking. Oh, maybe rook to c1, and after knight c4, rook c4, rook e6, you take everything. In the end, you play d5, and you pin the rook on b6. Maybe that's the computer's idea.
I see. Well, let's see what happened as knight takes c4, pawn takes c4 has left Kosteniuk with this gorgeous trio of pawns, the pointer pawns here. But look at this, Kosteniuk with a little bit of counterplay as she hopes to play something like queen a3. Hey, I mean, right now everything's laterally defended.
Yeah.
e5, queen a6 on the board, rook b2. And now
maybe rook e7 to look for some counterplay. I know the pawn on b3 is hanging, but I can walk the king away, king a8, and still there are some checks. Rook b4 has been in fact played, and it opens the road to another rook to go on a7. That's a lovely move.
You like this move?
Yes, I do. I do like that move.
All right. Yes, it puts a little bit of pressure here on Hou Yifan. It might seem like the computer loves this position, but let me tell you, these moves are not that easy to find. There is queen g3 check in the position.
Wait, hold on. Is there queen a2, rook a2, b takes a2, king a2, rook a7 checkmate?
Wait a second. Wait, queen a1.
Queen a2, queen a2, rook a2, b takes a2, king a2, and rook a7 checkmate.
Oh, so you're saying that threat right now is queen to a2 check. But we could play king a1, but then you have queen a1 check.
Yeah.
Wait, but queen e2 was played, and this could lead to your idea. I was thinking queen
g3. Oh my
g3.
gosh.
Oh no. Oh my God. So we got to look at, okay, well, let's stay with them because we've only got 11 seconds left. But you were saying queen a2, queen a2 check. Wow, that's quite a line. Beautifully found, Katie.
Pawn takes, it's a check. You have to take it, and rook a7 checkmate.
Oh my God, rook d3, queen to c5, queen g1 check. Now we're on the board, but this looks like it's
it's
I was going to say defendable, but king c2, rook c7 check, king d2 allowing queen c1 or rook d4? Rook d4, right?
d4. King c1 also is
when you
there.
see something on d3, queen c1 is mate.
Yeah.
Okay, but this should be as good as well.
Wow.
It should be good as well, because then you just
all the brilliant moves, also all the good moves from black as well. Wow, what a game! What a game! So many blunders, so many ups and downs.
Even in the score, it looks like Kosteniuk is now going to even the score, which is good for us as it makes the match more competitive. But that was a breathtaking variation. But it's not over yet. Look at these pawns. We do have to keep checking until the game is over. And there it is, rook c3 pinning the queen. My God, that was some variation you pointed out, though. Wow. So you're saying here, queen a2 check? Wow. Well, we have to move on to the next game, but
we have to move
what an idea. What an idea. Okay, we have e4. We have our first French of the event.
French?
As
French in the studio. Okay, they have played the exchange variation here. I have to admit that I still have some impressions from the previous game. I cannot believe so many ups and downs in that game, and just imagine then how difficult it is for players to calm down and to adjust to this position now. Totally different structure.
Oh, rook e8, does that
and
allow?
Another blunder! Rook e7!
Does that allow rook e7, Katie? Why is that a blunder? Rook e7,
Rook
queen
seven, queen
e7.
seven, c3.
Yeah. So rook e7 is the tactic. Rook
I
takes
suppose.
e7 here.
Rook
A
takes
miss.
and bishop b4.
Rook takes e7. Rook takes e7. Bishop b4. Rook queen e7 c3.
Yeah,
Nice. I think Alex is going to see it. She's paused.
she's paused. Yeah.
Yeah, she
Sometimes
saw
it's just.
it. There it is. Double exclam for the chess queen on the
Did you
comeback.
see her face as well? Like she was.
I wonder why the computer hates the move c3 so much. I mean, how bad can it be? You're winning the piece, right? Maybe it preferred like
Yeah,
queen d2 followed by c3. But anyway, still very,
probably.
very strong now as bishop g4 is on the board. And now, which way do we take? We got to be a little careful about some of these back rank ideas with bishop
We
takes
can
f3.
also delay the capture then. How about we just play knight d2 to make sure there's no back rank issues here for white? The knight is pinned. The knight goes nowhere.
Good point. The pin remains. The pin remains through all the complications for now. So you just want to play the elegant move, knight bd2, to avoid something like bishop takes b4. What, bishop takes f3? Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah. Bishop takes f3 is something that maybe white has to watch out a little bit. Taking her time here. Hou Yifan is so not impressed. We can see her posture. She's like, oh no. I think this blunder happened. She had this bad effect from the previous game. And then another blunder comes on the way. Usually you blunder 2 times, yeah, in the chess game.
Blunders come in pairs, huh? Well, knight d2 was played, by the way. This beautiful, elegant move you pointed out, just waiting. The knight is still pinned, and no way to get a tempo with the queen and get out of that pin. So white does end up with the 2 pieces for the rook advantage, which we've seen earlier in this match. There's a bit of a theme in this match, showing us why the 2 pieces reign over the rook.
Yeah, but to compare it to that game, the game was already almost done. But here, black might have some chances. White's pieces are not that active yet. They are not coordinating that well yet. So maybe Hou Yifan can try her best here, and this is not done yet. She has more time on the clock, 4 minutes 19 seconds against Kosteniuk's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Maybe she can press on time.
I totally agree with that. I mean, it's not nearly as bad as the other one, but white still has a big edge. But yeah, time advantage for Hou Yifan and technically an extra pawn, even though they're doubled. They look pretty useless, but hey, you never know. I mean, even like useless pawns, they do a little something, right? Yeah, they protect some squares.
Yeah, for sure. Bishop on g4 is hanging right now. Black has to look for some nice square. Maybe queen g5 actually to guard the bishop and also attack another knight on d2. Bishop f5 is the move that you can guard the pawn on e4, which is, by the way, hanging. She just played that move. All right, how we're activating here white's pieces. The bishop on b2 does not look so good so far.
Yeah, right. We really are dreaming of getting to play d5 at some point to really open this up and bring our pawn in to the game as well. And the problem is getting, I mean, it's not that easy to stop that move d5, right? If you play bishop e6, well, you could try bishop e6 because knight e4 for the moment allows bishop takes c4 and queen takes e4, but I don't think that would be a very long-lasting defense. So queen g5 instead tried by Hou Yifan, and a quick knight e3, very nice move. Defending on d2 and kind of hitting all the key squares.
d5 is on the way. Another knight on c4 from d2. It's possible to jump. I was worried about the back rank here. So far, there is no issue for white. But you can also not push h3 in this position. The bishop will capture that pawn. So Kosteniuk is taking more time here again. Maybe d5 is the move she's considering. Queen a7.
Kosteniuk just has such great control in this game, though. It's like it's hard, even though the material disadvantage is not that significant. It's so hard for Hou Yifan to get counterplay, but she's trying her best. Queen b5, trying to make a little mess here, but these knights are going to be pretty well coordinated. Can she make anything happen?
After queen e2, queen d4 will be played, and white will attack on g7 pawn, and there's no checkmate on the back rank for white, obviously. So this will be actually good for white. Queen d4 is another move that d5 created. f6 has been played to stop this bishop ruling the diagonal. Very, very, very difficult position. Knight d4, cutting the queen from b5 square. Knight d6 is a move you have to watch out.
Now, what do you think? Is she going to trade queens here, or is she going to keep them on?
I would probably keep the queens on, but maybe white has her own ideas here to go in the end game and then to try to bring the king in the center, king f1, king e2, and so on and so on. She's taking a lot of time here at this key point. I love how Kosteniuk is managing with the time.
It's a tough question because they're both probably good. I agree, Katie, but this is the more concrete option. She does trade the queens off and plays a knight to b6, looking at that runaway pawn, bishop b5. At least she's cutting off that king. Add that king into the three pieces. Like if we can catapult this king to d4, it's resigned, right? So Hou Yifan at least kind of keeping the king at bay.
Maybe bishop d4, if we cannot bring the king on d4, bishop d4, bishop c5 ideas. But instead she plays knight to c4. She disliked something out there.
And now rook to d8, obviously just kind of keeping an eye on the pawn makes a lot of sense. Let's see, though. Not that it really prevents us from playing d6. But things can get a little wonky, d6, f5. That's the thing with the queens off the board with the two pieces. The pieces are really benefiting by the queen because it creates so many beautiful mating threats, the queens and the pieces. Endgame is also going to be really good for Kosteniuk, but it requires a little more calculation and accuracy in some weird way.
But
so
I don't really understand. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't really understand this knight a5 idea. What you can find of this move? Knight a5, it was so well centralized on c4, right?
Yeah, maybe she was worried about some kind of f5 stuff and just I don't know. But, this move h4 I can understand because she's trying to find another route for her king, which is very instructive actually, right? So the king was cut off from f1. So now she's going to find the other route to centralizing the king, which is really what she needs. It's like the minors and the pawn aren't enough for her to win the game. So she needs to add the king into the fray.
Yep, attacking now the rook and the pawn on b4. White is actually, maybe that's the answer, Jen, that I asked the question earlier. Knight a5 was ready to jump on c6 the moment bishop was leaving b5 square. And now white can, in fact, get another pawn. Instead, she goes d6. She wants to play d7 next move and d8, but this is a question mark that we can see, and the engines dislike so much this position.
Oh, they really hated that move, and it looks like they love Hou Yifan's rejoinder here, bishop b5, because, okay, d7 doesn't work. We just take it, right? And now king to e6, trying to round up that pawn. And what is white going to do? Well, we see a knight to c2.
Is a good move. Okay, interesting. So now knight a5 is a good move, Jenny, you pointed out. And if knight is on b4, then king c5 would be their black's response, and knight on b4 would hang. So that was very deep knight c2 move. And white is collecting now another pawns on the other side.
Yeah, all the pawns on the other side now are weak. But, this is not that obvious, especially with the time ticking down. I mean, of course, like the computer loves it, but like losing that D pawn still is a little heartbreaking, right? You just want to clean it and finish the game. But let's see. Let's see. Bishop to D3 here, temporarily attacking that knight on C2. So bishop takes F6 isn't possible. Bishop A3 check, king D5. Okay. What's going on here?
What about if king remains in the center? There might be some checkmating ideas, but she runs away with the king, sense that danger is not. Oh, b3 is not hanging. Knight d4.
Oh, there it is. And then Alexandra Kosteniuk wins another game. That's 3 in a row, right? Or 2 in a row?
That's a 2 in a row.
Yeah, 2 in a
After
row,
the
right?
break,
Yeah.
2.
After the
Yeah.
break, 2 in a row. Yeah.
Ooh,
So
Dutch. There we go. We have so many openings. They are trying every opening, I think, in this match.
they started out after the break 1.5, 2.5, and now it's 3.5 in Alexandra's favor. So whatever she did on the break was very beneficial to say the least. And now we've got new opening, the Dutch. And wait, what's up with Hou Yifan's clock?
Well, she is taking her time. This is something that she is not expected. Look at her. She's thinking.
Okay.
She took a pause. I like how they are taking this pause. I would probably already play 10 moves and would have already bad position. So they are thinking how to deal with it. That's something that she did not really expect it.
That's fine. I was just a little worried when in the speed chess champs when somebody thinks a long time and move two, you worry about connection. But I think you're absolutely right. It wasn't a connection issue. She was just thinking about what opening to play against the Dutch. And here we have her choice. She plays with knight c3 and h4, just really choosing super razor sharp variation here.
Yeah, h4 is against g6. She wanted to play h5 and then sacrifice an exchange. So now h5 stops g6 happening. And that actually slows down Black's development on the king side. Queen b6 attacking pawn on b2. Rook b1 here is a quite solid move to be played. But this strategy that Alexandra is having is amazing. I like that so much that she's changing the opening all the time because she knows that Hou Yifan is not playing that much of the games. She doesn't have that much of time as Alexandra to look all these theories and so on. And she is just changing openings radically from one to another, from French to Dutch, from Sicilian to, I don't know, she played so many openings already. So that's a very good tactic. I like it.
I mean, they're both switching it up, making it very different than their last year's match. I mean, also Hou Yifan switching from e4 to d4, the ultimate switch. And this position is just very bizarre, which is always really a treat to get in blitz because it's not like they can play kind of like their normal patterns. It's almost like a Fisher random position in a weird way, right?
Yes, it is. It looks so weird. Not a big fan of White's kingside. None of the White's kingside pieces are developed, and king is sort of stuck in there. Black maybe is aiming to play 97 and long castle to leave all the action on the king side just like that. She's actually going for that. So how White is going to stop that happening?
Well, she's going to let it happen. But the other question is, how is White planning to develop her pieces? Well, we have the first answer that she's going to stick her bishop on e2. And then after queenside castles, maybe she's going to try to play bishop g4 and subsequently get her knight on g1 out. Okay, so it takes on h6. We can anticipate a trade on h6, followed by your queenside castling idea.
Yeah, there was bishop h5 check as well, but White decided to take bishop h6, bishop takes h6, and now for sure castle has to happen here in this position. I love bishop g4 here in these positions. Maybe first to develop the knight h3, knight f4, moves like that. White is going to keep the king on the king side. King f1, king g1 is a beautiful castle, artificial castle on the king side. And you keep the rook on h6. That's funny looking. Position.
It is funny looking. I mean, my thing here is that the black queen seems a little bit out of place. I really like black, like getting to play like e5 maybe at some moment. Who do you like here? I feel like I'm preferring black because of even though you mentioned king f1, king g1, it just still feels like a little bit more delicate to play White's position here. You like White?
I would probably choose white pieces here. And the way how maybe White can deal with this is to play c3 and to hold the position for a while. Like if you take on the d4, I will take with the c pawn. And then I will get the f4 square for my knight, which is so nice square. I don't like the bishop on f5. That's the problem here, I believe, for black, that
Yeah.
the bishop on f5 is just like you wish to have knight instead of bishop on f5.
Okay, what about us? Let's see. So, what if we just take on h3 at some point then? But then the problem is the knight on d7, easily pinned, doesn't have a great outpost square, but it's certainly in the offing, because you're right that the bishop on f5 is not that great shakes. She starts with rook d to f8, okay, and now ooh, I don't know. This feels kind of like juicy for black. It feels like there should be something here. You know, bishop h3, pawn takes h3 would allow black to have queen takes e3. But
Yeah.
there is rook takes h3
Uh-huh.
protecting the pawn on e3, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Then you're pointing out that this queen e3 is always there, so white has to be careful. Black is not recapturing the pawn right away. She's taking her some time. That's an interesting decision.
Yeah, yeah.
Look.
We need to get this queen into the game. You know, I mean, queen e3 is just a fantasy because it doesn't work, right? But if our queen was in the game, I feel like these tactics would suddenly really start popping off for black.
Wow, Kosteniuk sense something already here. Look at her. She took the pawn on e5. Knight comes on f4 to stop knight d happening. All right, knight g6 is not the most accurate move in here.
Knight g6. Yeah. I was. It's more exciting to keep those knights on the board because it gives some attacking chances. Now we're really limited in our pieces, and queen to d4 prevents us from really kind of relocating our queen to attacking squares. So it looks like it's just going to be kind of like a little bit of a positional edge for white to me.
Yeah, and somehow you have to trade the queens. You can leave this
Yeah.
h7 pawn and guard it. So the endgame should be fine. Very good, actually. Very good for white, because the problem of the light square bishop in this position, somehow white needs to develop the to get the king out of f1 square. So rook h1 will be played, and then at some point white can even try to maybe push f3 somewhere to, or maybe even f4. Bishop h5 is there to weaken h7 pawn. A very pleasant play here for white.
Yeah, but not that easy, right? I mean, we're also talking 2 minutes game now. It's going to be a 1 minute game pretty soon. So it looks like a little positional edge for white, but nothing to write home about quite yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. 5 minutes and 30 seconds before the end of this segment, 5+1. This might be, if it's a long game, it might be the last game for today, or we might have won another game in this portion. Yeah, black has one weakness on h7, but maybe that's not too much, and that's not too tragic here for black.
Yeah, I think this one will be a draw, as somehow Kosteniuk was able to adroitly trade those bishops. Yeah, that worked out for her. Bishop f5. I guess bishop h5 left the g2 pawn hanging, so she was able to trade off her bad bishop for white's stronger bishop. And now I imagine that a draw is the most likely result. It is a 1 minute game, so anything can happen, but very likely to see a draw. And I think we'll get one more game.
King, then maybe black will get ambitious to play king b5, king b4, king a3. So white has to watch out. White has to play a3 to stop that black's king wandering on the queen side. Instead, she goes queen rook to c1 first. And after king b5, perhaps a3 is the move there white is planning to do. Yeah, it's very active. Black is very active. Black is just super active in this position.
So a3 played, and as we watch them play out this rook game, Ketty, what is your prediction as we go into faster time controls? Because we've got what looks like it's going to be one more game of 5+1, and then of course we'll take a quick break, and we're going to get to faster chess.
Yeah. I think the faster speed chess champion, sorry, so this is also speed, but the bullets chess will be the fireworks on the board. What we have seen so far was amazing, but they had enough time. But with the no time on the clock, that's going to be something that we're going to love to see.
And I think we're going to keep seeing new openings, by the way. I feel like it's just going to be an opening buffet here and the Hou Yifan Alexandra Kosteniuk matchup, this epic matchup. Good morning to everyone just joining us. We are Jennifer Shahadi, we are Kateryna, and we are going to be bringing you the end of this thrilling match here at the Julius Baer Speed Chess Women's Chess Championship. Kateryna, it's been thrilling so far. What do you say to everybody waking up?
Yeah, everybody wakes up with a very good and strong cup of coffee or tea, and the speed women chess champion. I'm really wide open already. My eyes are wide open after what I have seen. I was a bit sleepy, I have to admit, at the beginning, but that one game with so many brilliant moves, and then the other with the blunders, really woke me up. So we have a little bit here, some changes. Black gave up the pawn on h5, Jen, but on the other side of the board opened up the position. And while we're talking, why this is getting so bad for Black?
Oh God, I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like somehow the balance here changed with the pawn. So she was unable to defend it with rook h7 because of g4, and so Hou Yifan ends up winning a pawn. And I think that's really the end of the thing for Alexandra Kosteniuk because it's quite easy. She has no counterplay. So I guess there was some kind of
brilliant.
Yeah, there's just totally winning now for Hou Yifan. Totally winning.
All right. Oh wow, that idea was actually killing. Well, Black could not do anything. Rook h4, rook h2 was indeed the move. g5 now, rook g3 comes on the way, and this pawn will be pushed. Maybe rook h4 not to give up the pawn on a4, and now
easy.
look at this.
And just no counterplay. Oh well, I mean, this pawn is just a runaway, right? And so, like, if we go back, well, there because
she resigns to start another game, Jen. Is that true?
Yes, they do have one more game. Yeah, pretty easily. I mean, 1 minute left, so there wasn't really any way to keep that last game from happening. And we've got a c3 Sicilian.
Yeah.
You know, they played a lot of this opening in their last year's match. So I remember we got some c3 Sicilians then. It's just a really good way for Kosteniuk to kind of switch it up, as Hou Yifan was getting really good positions with the Sicilian in this match so far.
Mm-hmm. Yep, already we have the isolated pawn that you have very often in Alapin. I'm not a big fan of queen traveling all around the board with the black pieces. Myself, I always struggle with that. But, you know, it can be quite a nice position for Black as well if you are holding the position. Knight is controlling now a lot of squares, including c7. Bishop d7 is a very common idea here to play later on. Bishop f6, knight c2 e7, and bishop c6. If you can manage to do that, you have very good position. But the question is now how white is going to use the space advantage that this pawn on d4 is creating.
Yeah, I feel like I like this kind of position for Black quite a lot. Really nice outpost here. White's got to find something concrete. And obviously in a blitz game, sometimes if you don't find it, Black's going to get a really nice position. What about something like bishop c4 here, just looking to, I don't know, take
bishop d5 idea and knight c7 to win the pawn. I love it.
Yeah. So that is a concrete idea. Is there any other concrete ideas here for White? Anything with like knight e5 maybe, trying to take advantage of the queen's position? No, I don't think so, because b5 hangs, right? So we can't really play knight e5 because just you take on b5. And let me get rid of those arrows. Oh, they came back.
They came back. They go nowhere. Yeah.
Look at hello to Grandmaster Robert Hess in the chat, who's been commentating this match and says, this one is a close match. Who do you think is going to win, Robert, based on what you've seen so far? Give us your prediction.
Yeah, this has been actually, and I remember the last year, it was also quite close match and a very tense match. And we didn't know who would win until the last second. And it's going to be the same, I think, this year. Jen, we're not having any more move. Like Kosteniuk is thinking here at this point. She's burning a lot of time, yeah?
she finds this to be a critical position, you know, because if you don't get something going, I mean, and even you could end up becoming worse with the white pieces, right? Those rooks coming to c8 and d8, you know, even b2 could eventually become a target. So, you know, you've bothered to put your knight on b5, so you don't want to just like slink back. So that's really why she's thinking a lot. And she's played rook to e1 after, I think, a 1 minute thing.
Rook to e1 is on the board. That's also quite a typical idea here in the isolated pawn. Bishop c4 will be the next move, or maybe even bishop d3 to look to h7 square. There are some naughty ideas on the other side of the board, but the question is what happens after a6? Just a simple move as a6 it is, to kick the knight back from b5.
Yeah, I guess she's trying to stick her knight on d6, right? So that we don't have to go back to c3 or anything. And you know, getting the dark square bishop, giving up the knight for the dark square bishop would be nice for us. So Hou Yifan has played rook to d8. And by the way, it seems like the chat is on Team Yifan, Team Hou Yifan here. Everybody's saying Professor Yifan, Pro Yifan. Come on, where do we got our chess queen votes? I know we got some people who love the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
We do have a lot of people in our chess community who support and is a big fan of Kosteniuk, and she's also streaming a lot. I think they might not be here, maybe sleeping yet or doing something else, but they will come for sure in our chat.
So 70% voting for Hou Yifan at the moment. But we have Kosteniuk speeding up a little bit here. She's played bishop to d3, but this knight b4 idea has put her minor pieces in a bit of a bind. So she played knight to c7, instant rook c7 here. I mean, rook c8 rather. And we trade off some pieces, but one fact remains is that strong knight on d5, Katy.
Yeah, strong knight on d5. Maybe it's time for strong knight on e5 too, and white can jump knight on e5, looking for some kind of knight f7, bishop h7, sacrifices. But instead of that, rook e2 is on the board. White wants to double the rooks on the c file and first control the c file, and then maybe she will jump knight e5 in that position. Jan, bishop from d7 is not very active. Maybe it's time to play bishop h6 here in this position.
Sure, bishop c6 you could play, or what about just this move? Rook e2 has just been played to kind of play on c2 and dominate the file. So rook takes c1, queen takes c1 on the board makes sense. Kind of like clear out the c file before they get a chance to play their intended rook c2. And now rook c8 on the board, and you imagine rook c2 was the prepared response here, right?
So2 should be played, otherwise why play rook e2, right? So you have to,
yeah, exactly, right.
Rook on c2. But that's actually good for black, because we know that when there is an isolated pawn, one of the techniques you can play against the isolated pawn is to trade as much pieces as possible and to go in the end game where this pawn is more weak. White is taking her time, Alexandra, and she plays queen to b1, attacking the pawn on h7.
Great, because you pointed out, Katy, all of those trades does benefit the player with the weaknesses, right? Who gets to play, I mean, the one who's playing against the weaknesses. So Kosteniuk says, no, I got to keep something on the board, and plays queen to b1, attacking the pawn on h7 and inducing a tiny little weakness there with move h6. Hey, tiny weaknesses can turn into big problems later in the game as king f8 is now on the board. And hey, why can't we switch our queen and our bishop, Katy? If we can just do that.
Just like if it's an overboard tournament, and we have seen some cases, similar cases like that in our childhood for sure. Some weird things. Rook to c4, c2 has been played now because Jan, yeah, you want to have more pieces, but you cannot let black control the c file. That's the only open c file, and black is controlling that. So you need to take it back and fight for it back. Bishop now takes on c2. Somehow black stands very good in this position. Bishop f6 attacking on d4 is one way, or you can also do queen to c6 6 to control the open c file.
True, but don't forget that I do have your king on f8 is a little bit misplaced. So if I play something like bishop b3, you gotta watch out for the sneaky little queen coming to h7. But that's the thing, bishop b3 doesn't really threaten anything because you bolstered the knight so beautifully with your last move. And I think that's exactly what Hou Yifan is thinking.
She plays now. Yeah, good call. Good call. She plays it. Bishop to b3, and now she looks on that side of the board, pretends that she's not threatening queen to h7. Knight f6 stops that happening, and also opens up the light square bishop after queen d1. Maybe bishop d5 now.
Yeah, and a little easier to play this position for black, especially since Hou Yifan has a whole extra minute on the clock. And this is the thing. I mean, with all of the rooks traded, and another piece getting traded, what does white have to show for the fact that she's got the weaker pawn? Well, she says she got the c file. She doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, and
queen h7 still potentially in play.
Oh, okay, okay.
Not that the thing is, even if it's our move and we play queen h7, you could play knight f6. I'm not exactly checkmating you, right? Queen h8, knight g8, and you know, well, what say me? I don't have any way to finish the job, I don't think.
That's a good point. But there's also queen to c8 move, or another sneaky check, which looks very tempting with 95, 97 idea. Two threats already at the same time that can cause some issues for Hou Yifan. She's taking her time, and we can see that she is catching up on the clock. Goes queen to d8 and a3.
So quick moves here by Kosteniuk, who does not want to get into time disadvantage again, as she simply plays solid, hunkering down, playing bishop to e5. Everybody's solid now. King to g8, removing all dreams of the queen h7.
I like that move, king to g8. She knows that this h7 is a holder, and she goes back, even though this is very close to be endgame, or maybe for some people this is already endgame. We need the king in the center, but she gets it back for the moment to control the weakness on h7 square. And now slowly she's getting pieces at the other place. Knight b6, perhaps she wants to play queen to c8. Jen, do you think black wants to trade here queens as well?
Well, it looks like Hou Yifan does. If she just played queen to c8, I really do want to get that d5 square back, though. So we see king f1, and I think that black's going to relocate the knight. I feel like this has been like a dancing square, right? Like, how many times have we moved a knight on d5 in this game? Well, this is going to be the last one, as Hou Yifan positions herself for knight d5.
Yeah, black also tries to centralize the king, but there are some of the black pieces on the way. 94 now. Perhaps knight wants to go on c5 and attack the pawn on b7. If you take this knight on c5, then I'm going to have very good pawn structure. 3 pawns on the queen side versus 2. So that was the white strat in this position. g5 on the board.
Look at that.
5 on the board.
Hou Yifan on the attack because, okay, f4 and e5, and how do you keep protecting the pawn?
Wow, 95.
Okay, instead, we see another line. Knight c6, king c4, f4
on
here.
The board, and the bishop away. Oh, how about king c5? Oh, this is gonna be a very tough position for black, Jan, because it will be Suxfang somewhere.
So well played by Kosteniuk, because now she's covering up black's counterplay with e4, but her pawns are now running, and there's no easy stopping for them. Oh no. Oh no, this is looking fantastic. The bishop is better than the knight in these positions because the bishop can defend with bishop e1. Well, it's hard for the knight to attack and defend at the same time in the same manner.
Yeah, and the pawn is
white is
this pawn.
And there it is. She has won the game and regained the lead going into the 3-minute portion. Beautifully done. What do you say?
Wow, that was a nice one. That was a very nice one. 3.5 to 2.5. Alexandra cost 4.5 to 3.5. Alexandra Kosteniuk is the favorite in this segment. She broke something from the previous year. She said that she wants to try better this year. So she's starting with victory. Then I would predict that next segment, Hou Yifan will be much faster. Actually, she will come back in this portion to play faster. But well, anyway, what game you still you can recall after in this segment 5+1?
Oh, definitely the one where you were talking about Queen A2 check with like beautiful queen sacrifice followed by mate. I mean, that game was absolutely wild. But this last one, I thought it was like really well played, and it really just came at that last minute that Kosteniuk seized the opportunity to show us why the bishop is better than the knight in Enghams, because it can defend a passed pawn and just so easily, right?
Who would expect that the game can go so bad for Hou Yifan? You guys, a lot of coming up in the next segment, 3+1. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have a short break right now and coming back with a new segment in this match.
Well, one of the reasons I didn't want to not to play this year is actually because of the fact that I have been playing this Women's Speed Chess Championship I think for as long as it's happening, and that's why when I got an invitation I couldn't, I just couldn't refuse and I couldn't turn it down, despite the fact that I'm going to play in the European Team Chess Championship. So actually those invitations are very hard to resist, and the tournament is great. I'm a big fan of online events. The prize fund is amazing. I mean, Chess.com has been doing many things to support chess in general and women's chess in particular. So since I've been playing chess for as long as I can remember myself, and I've been, trying to promote women's chess as well, I think it's just such a wonderful event that, if I'm able to play, even theoretically, I will do it. Every victory is very special, and the more I stay in chess, the more special those victories are to me, because I don't take them for granted anymore. I used to consider winning as something that very ordinary, that I must do, and now I understand that there are so many different outcomes, that victories don't come easy. They don't come always, and sometimes you do lose, and that's why, if I manage to win nowadays any event of any caliber, I'm very happy and delighted, and that's basically my main motivation, what keeps me going, just to go there, to play this perfect game of chess, perfect match, and to try to win a tournament.
The Variance Community Series continues on November 2nd with 3-check, where you can not only win by checkmating your opponent, but also checking them 3 times. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship and show the world what you've got. Join the Variance Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on Chess.com.
Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 is in progress, and we do have the semifinals. Hou Yifan versus Alexandra Kosteniuk. We have seen a lot of dramas in the first segment of the match. Alexandra Kosteniuk won the 5+ segment 4.5 to 3.5. Jen and Katy here hosting the show today. Jen, what we should expect in the next portion, 3+1?
The unexpected, of course, as I do think every single game we're seeing a new opening, a new idea, a new flow. It's been like a really crazy match, very a lot of changes every game, like opening, but not only opening, but almost like flow of the match, right? So we see some early blunder in a couple of games, but most games have been super hard fought and kind of decided in those last few seconds.
That's
so
right.
I think we'll see even more of that in the 3-minute.
That's right, actually. We cannot expect here, actually. All the predictions what we can have to is that we might see some of the balanced games, maybe, Jen, because we have seen already the blunders at the beginning, but I think they both now are well settled. You know, it's very start to start today and to score some points, but now they both seem very fresh. They are ready to start to play. We have here smile from Hou Yifan's face. Kosteniuk is very focused. The games will start in a second. And yeah, this segment might be decisive. Hou Yifan has to fight it back.
Yeah, and I think I have a feeling maybe she's going to switch to back to E4. And I think if she does it, and she did, and we do see that Caro-Kann, and I was going to predict that she was going to try something different about the Caro-Kann, but it looks like I'm 50-50, as I was right about E4, but they are playing the same line that we saw in, I think, games 1 and 3 of the 5-1 portion, where we have this kind of King's Indian attack set up against the Caro-Kann. And Hou Yifan got pretty good positions in this earlier in the match, so why not repeat it?
Why not to repeat it? What she has done was just developing the pieces and put everything together in the center, and you don't have any weakness. Only weakness you have here with black pieces is the pawn on e5 if white going to develop the bishop on b2 and hit the pawn on e5, but that's not such a big deal. Just play knight to d7 here with black. And then Castle and Jenna, remember, black then started to play b5 and push the pawn on the queen side. Now she just played h6 to stop knight g5 happening. That's a very logical move here and very nice move in here. Queen 2 is on the board. Knight c4 is threatening. b5 is the move I would expect here to be played.
And I think that's what we saw in an earlier game. b5 stopping knight to c4, and we saw knight h4 last time. But will Hou Yifan perhaps try something different here? Because knight h4 was okay. She got a good position, actually, after playing knight f5 and sticking something on e4 later. But potentially, could she do even better? And she's playing knight to e1 instead. potentially gearing up for the F4 move, as well as reinforcing the pressure on E5 with knight to D3.
Knight e3, maybe knight f3 then? That's nice.
Hmm.
Rerouting of the knights. I love it.
Yeah. Do we want to stick F4 in first, though? I wonder, because if knight F3, I guess bishop D6 does hold on to the pawn, right?
Yeah, that's
And
the move.
then not as obvious on how to continue.
I love f4 more, but perhaps I would play h3 first to avoid bishop g4 or knight g4 moves, and then to push f4. And here black has his own ideas. c5 has been pushed, c4 to blocking the pawn on c file. And now after knight takes c4, is black going to capture this knight here with a bishop? Otherwise, pawn is hanging on e5.
That's the
Yep.
problem. In general, we don't really want to, but sometimes you just got to do things you don't want to do in life and in chess, right, Kathy?
Yeah, you have to do what you have to do, and you have to live with this bishop on d6. That's not pretty, bishop.
Illustrax says, this feels like it should be a finals match. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Listen, in 2008, these two titans of chess played in the Women's World Chess Championship final. So, yeah, absolutely, this could be a final match. But this is a very strong event, the Women's Speed Chess Champs. And one of these players will be headed to the final. Which one will it be?
One,
Well,
just one, and another match is coming up tomorrow. Kateryna Lagno and Harika Dronavalli are those two players who might go to, one of them will go to the finals indeed. After rook to e8, now white can actually start to play f5, g4, g5, h4, g5, and to close the position, but white is keeping the chances still in the center. If black takes the pawn on f4, you take it back with the g pawn, and then there are some unpleasant pawn moves in the center. So it was the idea of white. Knight to h7.
yes, absolutely. Keeping that tension makes it a little bit uncomfortable for black, but black has her ideas as well. As she's rerouting that knight to the d4 square here, and that's why f5 was played at this moment, saying no, you cannot come to e6. And the
Not
dance
yet.
of the knight continues as she is now going back to h7. She's got to find a good square for that knight.
Yeah, knight is desperately looking for a better score. Now white's knight starts to move around. Knight g4, knight e3, knight d5 can be the way where this knight can go. And then also after knight g4, you have to watch out moves like f6, maybe bishop d2, bishop h6 sacrifices, or maybe knight h6, f6 then later on. We are already getting some sharp variations.
That's right. You do have to worry about these ideas. F6 in the position, knight takes h6 in the position. So, and there it is. The knight c6, f6 has been played as the character of the position has changed. And Hou Yifan hunting down Alexandra's king potentially, although it did close up a little bit with this move g6. But still, bishop f3, bishop takes h5 are ideas that kind of come to mind to kind of reopen the chances against Kosteniuk's king.
I have some crazy ideas too in my head, but probably not working out. Rook to f5, rook to f5, rook h5, and if you take that rook, maybe bishop h3 to pin the pawn, bishop f5, queen h5, but that's too risky. Maybe you don't necessarily need that. Rook to b1 has been played. That is a bit of a mysterious move to me, what this rook is doing on b file.
Well, this one is not mysterious. Queen to e3. She wants to play queen to h6 check. I mean, there is bishop f8. There is bishop f8. But then I wonder about there. Yeah, there's a bishop f8. So it's not totally ending the story at all. But the tactics are there.
Really? She's looking for g4 probably to open up. King h2 first.
Yeah. But I
Maybe
didn't love that
h4,
move.
bishop h3.
Because Katie, you were always coming up with some bishop h3 distraction ideas, pinning ideas, and obviously pawn to h3 prevents us from bishop to h3. So what's going on now? We got a trade of rooks, still liking white, especially with the extra 20 seconds she's got on the clock. Remember, this is the 3-1 portion, so it's
No more
get more
time.
heated.
Yep.
Okay.
30 seconds for white here in this position. Very pleasant. position, but you still have to, improve it and deliver the checkmate in the end.
By the way, h4, bishop h3. So she did finally get her bishop back to h3, but not without wasting a little time along the way. Now rook b7 on the board. Computer doesn't like that move. Who knows why, but g4, there it is. Ketty, about 20 moves after you suggested it. It's on the board.
I love how fast you did the maths.
Let's go. Oh, I just made that number up. But I'm not making up that white is winning here as queen g8 is threatened. And if you move the bishop, it's
Yeah.
queen g7.
Oh, there was a
Nice.
nicely done here. I love how white actually implemented this attack on the king side. It was a bit slow, but very nice.
Nicely played there by Hou Yifan to capture that first victory in the 3-1 portion.
Right, another game, another things will go in this position. They're switching all the time, Jen. They're switching all the time, the openings to openings. What do you think? What's the reason for that?
I think that it just gives you that little extra kind of momentum where you know what you're going to play and your opponent doesn't. So you kind of get to think about the position where they have to think about the opening. I think it's a little bit
Yeah.
of that, because you choose before the game. But we have seen the French one other time in this match, right? I think there's a second visitation by the French. We mostly Sicilians by Hou Yifan, but she tried the French one other time.
Yeah.
Now what? Knight to f3 bolstering this knight, I would imagine. This is what we're going to see.
She's taking some time. Maybe first she's thinking to take the knight on c6 and then knight f3, but no, she goes right away. And if you take on e5 with a bishop, then maybe pawn will take on e5, attack the knight, and e6 will come on the way. So white is holding these pieces on the center. Knight e5 is very strong piece. And Jen, I would expect the bishop, dark square bishop also to be developed on the king side, something like bishop f4. But for the moment, the pawn on c3 is under attack, and white has to take care of it.
Yeah, nice move. I like knight e4. c4 played by Alex, and now a very quick knight takes e5 by Hou Yifan, who's determined to keep the time edge here. So what's the idea here? If pawn takes e5, there's bishop c5, little in-between moves so that we don't have to worry about this pawn on d5 hanging. So that's
very important move. Yeah, that's very nice move. F2 pawn will be done. We can, maybe it's good to take with a knight first. Knight e5, keep the knight on the board.
Yeah. So because of that line, maybe knight takes, but no, she did take with the pawn, and I was wrong. She played bishop to b4 instead of what I thought was going to happen, bishop c5. But this move,
maybe she wants first to invite knight d2 or bishop d2, and then she planned to go bishop to c5. But white anyway went rook to f1, felt that f2 pawn will be weakness, and then we have a trade of the pawns on c4, and Jen, the pawn on c4 will be a weakness, and black will target that.
That's right. Yeah, and plus we've got we got a little bit of an initiative here for black, but what do we do with it? So we've got a possibility of playing bishop c3, but that doesn't seem to lead to anything. We could just, and right now this pawn is hanging if we play rook c8, so we don't want to play rook c8.
Maybe a5 first, and oh, another rook. And once again, which rook to go there? And the answer was another rook.
Smart. Yeah, that did the job, because actually it was impossible to defend this elegantly. So that's why white is going for the counterattack to win on a7 if you take on c4. Fair, okay. And then it opens up the c1 square for the f rook if you defend with a5. So we would expect to see rook c1 to c1.
After rook c1, I was actually thinking, how about a4, a3 to push this pawn as far as possible, and then to look something like b5 to trade the rooks off the board. Black has the pass pawn on the queen side, and that can be very fast pawn push.
I mean, you can't argue with that. And I think that's exactly why Kosteniuk went deep into thought there. I mean, for a 3-minute game, any kind of 20-second think is pretty long. as she saw those problems. But knight c3 was a problem too because it just won the pawn. Rook
Was a
c4.
better problem actually for black here. This move looks so tempting. E6, I love that move. If you take pawn
Yeah.
takes this, knight e5 jumps attacks the rook and the pawn at the same time. This is a nice way to find a counterplay.
Absolutely. You've got to keep some kind of excitement in the position. You're worse, but it's a 1-minute game now. And so you just got to keep those attacks coming. Rook to c7. So there is a bishop b6 ideas in the position, but currently it's well enough protected. But now can't we go for bishop b6? Or is there
Oh
some
yeah,
knight e2 check stuff? Knight e2 check could have created a mating idea. Oh, anyway, didn't come to pass because I think Kosteniuk saw those ideas and played knight f4.
yeah. The pawn now on e6 is hanging, and the rook was guarding that pawn. White has this issue of the back rank. I think White has to at some point take care of the back rank issue. Maybe h4 or g4 move like that would be very helpful. And now at this point, Black is even considering to take with the pawn and then to push c5, c4. But instead of that, the rook takes on c6, and Black has very beautiful connected pass pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, if knight takes b4, what is black going to take with? She takes with the pawn because I guess if knight b4, rook a5, and there was no back rank mate because the bishop protected. So taking with the pawn was a way to keep that pawn advantage. And what a pawn it is. I mean, they might be doubled, but they're not bad in doubled, that's for sure. But wait, knight c3 here, rook b4, rook a1 is mating.
Oh, it is a mate. It is a
But
mate.
I guess you could have moved your rook somewhere, but I don't know. That might have been bad because then b3 would be coming with a boom. But hey, this looks also very promising with the extra 20 seconds for Hou Yifan. Although White has done a good job to kind of blockade that pawn from immediate disaster.
Yeah, and king d3, king c4 was the first to be played, and White's king is so super active now. King b3 might not be the best move, as now we have a lot of opposition situation here. Check first, and then you can guard your e6 weakness. Maybe rook e6, maybe knight to c7 as well. And I love what you're pointing out. Knight b6, knight c4 is such a sneaky move.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, we can attack, we can defend. But there is rook a6 played by Hou Yifan. Just keeping that time equilibrium is so key to her. Rook c6, 15 seconds for each player. As Kosteniuk says, hey, I got to get something going on. Oh boy, they're playing fast now.
They play too fast. They play too fast. King c4 guards the knight on d5 and also improves the king's position. Maybe rook h2. He goes rook to d4 right away.
But this rook knight and king combo and blitz is going to be devastating, I think. It just creates so many threats. And look at that, knight e6. Knight c4 and knight a4.
As you would say 20 moves after you suggested is on the board, but it's so powerful. Knight c4 at some point, but not right now. You will blunder that knight.
First rook c2 though. And we can't play b3 because it's pinned. But rook e2 and king to b3 with the mating threats on tap.
Another mating threat?
But she lost on time. And Kosteniuk retake the lead. Yes, I mean, she was getting low on time there in the end there. Yeah. I mean, tough loss for Hou Yifan though, because she had the edge.
Wow, well, this is actually what happened also in the other match as well. She was so enjoying the moment. She was trying so hard to win the winning position that she lost like 2 games like that. So yeah, that's a bit heartbreaking here, but we should start another game, and 33 minutes more in this portion, and once again we have seen something new on the board. I love that they are not repeating at all.
Well, new opening alert, as Hou Yifan says, I'm playing against the chess queen, so maybe I just get rid of the chess queens, as she's using one of these endgame lines against the Petrov. Um, totally reasonable. It looks like she's, like you mentioned earlier, Ketty, when you try something new, Hou Yifan is completely ready to go, whereas Kosteniuk might not have been expecting this specific line.
That's
But
right.
certainly well prepared nonetheless. Just defends the c7 pawn with the bishop maneuver here. And yeah, just a little something for white. Not too much, looks like.
Not
d5, knight e5.
a bit of space advantage on all these active pieces, but black is also quite solid. Black can just finalize the development with the castle and then to kick the white pieces back slowly. So I think we might have here some changes in when the time drops down to seconds. But for now, this seems quite even. c5 attacking the knight. If you assign now the pawn, then black will have these 2 pawns in the center and they will start to kick the pieces back. So maybe it's time to move the knight and not to touch the pawn on d5.
No, but when they offer en passant, don't you have to take it?
It's not mandatory.
I mean, that would be an interesting rule, right? That would be a great rule. Let's try it. Okay. Well, she apparently it is a rule because she did it. But
Yeah, apparently it's a rule. Okay.
yeah,
Do you
I
think?
dare you to prove me wrong. Like, it's not going to happen in this match that somebody offers en passant and it's not taken. So therefore, I'm right. Anyway, what were you saying, Ketty?
I wanted to ask if white actually plans to castle on the long side, but knight g4 is stopping that happening as the pawn on f2 is hanging for the moment. But I would love to see a long castle here because the king on c1 will guard the b2 weakness and the rook from d1 will hit the pawn on d6 in the future.
Oh, look at this though. Knight h5, nice little move. And now, okay, g6 played, and nothing really happening on bishop takes g4 because you could just take back with the knight. So knight to g3, retreating. Who do you like here, Ketty? You taking black with the center or white with the kind of like, I don't know how to say, would I say safer king? A little bit, yeah, because once we get our king out of the center, yours on e8, it's not exactly clear where it goes. And just like some nice piece play. I think a little bit more harmony for white's pieces. So
Yeah.
who would you take?
Yeah, I have no idea who I'd take actually. I like them equally both sides and I dislike them equally both sides because like you know why I dislike that it's not very common pawn structure for me, maybe for the players it is, and so time consuming when you play something like where there's no clear plan. Sometimes you just say that, okay, I know this, it's going to be such a clear plan for me, I will just push the pawns here, I will just do that, but here it's not so clear. Yeah. Maybe at some point white wants to play h5 and to get something on this side of the board. But then also the follow-up is quite hard to see.
But look at this, a little bit of a pawn sack here, right? Although king, so what's the deal? So knight takes c4 played, knight takes d6 check, king e7, knight e4, right? And then you've got f5 and f2 is hanging.
Yeah.
But there's bishop takes g4, so that's a little line to calculate. But then you have knight takes g4, so it does seem like that will turn out okay for black. But are we missing something in that line?
Seems according to the engine here, it gives white a bit of edge. Maybe there is first bishop g4. There's little nuance here for sure that takes some time, and that's why Kosteniuk is taking, and she's taking it. She's taking it. And
yeah.
94 from g3 has been played.
Now we could play knight takes f2 or bishop takes f2, right? To distract your knight on e4 to take the one on d6. But Kosteniuk has chosen f5, super risky because there was a bishop g5 check, king e6 entering the fray, and luckily that pawn on c4 is protected. Otherwise it'd be like mate, bishop takes c4, right? That'd be kind of cool.
f4 has been played to kick the knight away and then to mate, but knight to d3 is a very strong move. It gives actually black winning position because both of the knights are hanging at the same time and you can't hold them.
Yikes. Oh no. Yes, there's codependent knights. Oof. And what a nice little tactical combination there by Alexandra Kosteniuk. Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
Nicely done.
It's always like Hou Yifan thought that she had the edge in that tactical combination, but Kosteniuk saw one move further. That's what it's all about, that one move further.
Yeah, F5 was a threat, and I love how strong the king is in this game. Not to be afraid to be active and decentralized with all these pieces on the board. Now bishop on e3 is hanging.
And so Hou Yifan down to 8 seconds, but more importantly, down a piece. But that doesn't stop Bink 420 from saying, Hou Yifan, one of my favorite players at the moment. Like, you love the player if you love them even in this position. That is real love. I love it.
That's a real love, yeah.
Hey, you got to stick with your
That's real love.
player. It doesn't matter if they're down a piece and down a few seconds.
Mhm.
You got to believe. But no, in this case, even Hou Yifan didn't believe she wanted to get to the next game as she resigned.
Oh, that was a resignation or a timeout, Jen? I haven't. Maybe it was another flag.
Oh, I thought it was a resignation, but yeah, we can check that. Maybe it was a flag.
Yeah. Well, we do have another Alpine here in this match. We have seen already the first one, and it went so bad for Hou Yifan in the end game when she lost the winning, no, better end game, let's say, not the winning one. And we can see that Alexandra is drinking some power drink. She's getting more and more power and leading the match 6.5 to 4.5. That's a 2 points margin here. And Jan, it's time to strike back for Hou Yifan.
She's got to do it. That's right. It didn't work. She tried to get into the end game, but Kosteniuk's tactical skills were able to come to the fore regardless. So yeah, can Hou Yifan make this a 1-point match? She's going to try now, but hey, I mean, I like white. Nice little end game here for white with you got the queen side majority. It seems like a comfortable edge, right? 30 seconds on the clock as well. And it's not like this queenside majority that you have to struggle to advance. I mean, you literally just play b4, right? It kind of plays itself.
It just rolls. The pawns are just rolling. Bishop to d6. I like to eliminate the bishops off the board. So you're gonna get the dark squares for yourself here with white. Then doubling the rooks on the file. And what else you want in this type of position? Slowly you will improve the position. Maybe c5 at some point. This is a question mark. This is a big question mark here. Something like 94. No, it was rook to d1.
Interesting. I wonder what it was. Maybe 95? But either way, I mean, honestly, Ketty, white is great here too. We're just putting the pressure on b5. It's not just that we're going to take your bishop. You're also like, where are you going to put your bishop, right? I mean, b5 and you're very low on squares. You've only got the e8 square. Not a good thing.
No.
This is just
no.
dominant.
Like is to find a square for the bishop.
Well, this is getting serious, Ketty, because if Kosteniuk wins this game, it's going to be a 3-point edge. We're getting into the real danger zone for Hou Yifan if she can't find a way to come back from this.
Yeah, indeed. And very often to hold the position to make the draw is also a very good breakthrough to the losing strike. So, but in this position, we can see that black has some issues to solve. I like a move like g4 here for whatever reason to kick this knight out and then to take the light square bishop from c6 and try to activate your. This is the one way. Another way can be just to push the pawn c5, bishop a6 to attack the rook on c8. And knight to6 has been played instead. And g4. Okay, she does the other way.
And she does play your move g4, but not right away as you wanted her to. But either way, like we've done so many beautiful things with this move, right? We've got the idea of g5, which he plays, ousting the knight to a horrible square. But well, She finds, I guess,
Oh,
the best move, knight d5, so that if
well, I love it.
pawn takes d5, rook takes d3. But then what about d6?
What about d6? It just comes on the way. d7 is the next move. You cannot stop that happening.
Yeah, or knight takes d5 first, and then well, that wins a pawn as well. So she does play knight takes d5 immediately, pawn takes d5, and now we've got the extra pawn here and the beautiful
d3.
pass pawn on d6.
Oh,
What's not
wow.
to
Rook
love?
d3. I would expect rook d6 to stop the pawn rolling, but she didn't care. She's looking for some kind of counterplay, maybe not f4, knight c3, but you have to stop the pawn on d7. It's far advanced
Bishop
already.
e5. Yeah, bishop
Mhm.
b5 with rook e8 coming. How do you stop the crying here?
No, the
How do you
black's rook
stop
on
it?
c3 is stacked.
Try knight e5 just to look for a few tricks, but I believe rook to e2 instead of rook to e1, which allows everything to be forked. What about moving the other rook to the e2 square, and then what do you do?
Yeah, I like this right 95 and maybe even f6, but instead black goes here, knight gf4, stop rook e2 happening, but there's rook to e1 and 96 was here the idea. Jen, how about f4, f5? That's the one move you can do. Another is to play rook to e2, rook to e6, and to sacrifice the exchange.
Too many good ideas, Ketty. Just find one. You know what they say, like, this is how you lose, this is how you draw a winning position if you have too many wins.
Yeah, that's true.
And she-
Kosteniuk is pushing both pawns on the sides, a4 and now h4. Uh, and yeah, Hou Yifan quickly got the king in the center on e7, somehow holding the position. It's not so bad yet.
No, I mean, she's done a great job of not losing immediately, which was really easy to do because it was such a
Very
dominant
true.
position for Kosteniuk. And that is a very important skill of a chess player. Now, rook e3, and the computer really thinks that Hou Yifan has done a fantastic job defending. I was thinking knight c7 there might be an issue as well, just kind of looking after that bishop protecting, but maybe bishop c6 was totally okay there. So she tried knight to f8, rook d4, okay.
On end game.
Now,
No, we don't. In that case, I don't think White has a chance to win.
no.
Draw.
And there it is.
Okay.
Masterful
Whoa.
defense there by Hou Yifan, Ketty. I could not have expected that. I really thought like 90% that Kosteniuk was going to win that game and gain the 3-point edge. You know what? Psychologically, I think that's a huge boon for Hou Yifan.
Yeah, that's what I was talking. Sometimes you just need one draw, one good defense, and then it can be your game. 20 more minutes for this segment, 3+1. Hou Yifan needs to win 2 more games to tie the match. So Kosteniuk is doing a great job so far, keeping the leader's position in the match. And they are both so alert to tactics. There is a tactic, they're going for it and giving really hard time to each other.
That's right. The fork trick, knight takes e4. And my son just went to school, Ketty, but I really wish he had seen this because he's constantly getting this in his own games. Bishop takes e4 here. And it's a nice position for black to win that central pawn. But hey, I mean, white still has a good bishop. Actually, my favorite line of this is, though, knight e7. So you can't take on e5 because of queen d4, and you're threatening f5 and e4. It's just such a ridiculous looking move, knight e7, right? But it has some points to it. It's just not that it's the best move, but it's the funniest move, right? And there's something to be said for that, to play the most amusing move.
I like that trap that what you just demonstrated. Move h6 stops bishop g5 or knight g5 happening and somehow brings more safety. Jen, how about somewhere to play bishop b6 f5? Here is that a plan that black wants to implement in this position. Oh,
Well, yeah, I think that would have been a really nice idea. So white decides to imbalance it with bishop takes c6, pawn c6. And what we're going to see here is like black's got some nice attacking position chances. And I guess white has a bit of a positional edge because of the pawn structure. But yeah, before we can make that pawn structure count, black's going to have a little fun.
Black's gonna have a little bit of fun. Jen says, and this bishop on b7 is aiming on this diagonal f7, f3, g2 pieces of white. Yeah, and on the other side, white is also the one who is attacking the pawn on e5. And g2 now is hanging. Watch out.
Oh, great idea by Hou Yifan, queen g4. I'm not going to have much fun with queens off the board. The chess queen with the two bishops and all the attacking chances does not want to trade queens. But how to avoid it here? Well, scurry the queen into the corner with queen h7 is what she says. Very instructive for those watching.
Yeah. Then I'm thinking, how about rook e6, rook g6 then, and somehow to push maybe h5, h4 to bring the queen back into the game. I like the idea to keep the queens on the board. Maybe f5 now is also a threat as the queen from h7 supports that square.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea. And so queen h5 kind of getting out of the way of both of your ideas, Katie, but rook e6 nonetheless. And hey, one rook left is met by another. As rook to e3 now played. And okay, rook d2 is on the board. I mean, it's a threat on the board. So knight f3, I guess that was the idea of rook e3.
Yeah, so the rook is guarding the knight, and the pawn on e5 is always hanging. That's what white is pressing the most. The rook will come on e1. Next move if you guard the pawn on e5, and somehow white is also standing strong. e4 here.
So what's the idea after pawn e4? Just that after rook e8, rook e1. So
what's the idea? Rook e6, I would think.
Okay, yeah, and now if you play e5, we have bishop takes f3 possibilities. Yeah, and then we're attacking the pawn on e5 too many times if you play queen takes f3. So I suppose that's the idea. Yeah.
Knight e2, guarding the pawn on e4, but now black can take the knight on d2 and then take the pawn on e4. That's what exactly she is going for. And we do have here the obstacle color bishop position, and both bishops are attacking g2 and g7 squares. They are both very good looking, and we do also have heavy pieces on the board. This is not equal yet.
Very good looking bishops. It's not all about looks. Come on. But luckily after rook e4 we can play queen takes e4, because rook takes e4 would allow rook d8. And there it is, that move again, queen g4. Both times that move was played, it got an exclam. I guess queen g4 is just a good move in general. Queen e1 check, king h2, queen g2, we got queen g7 mate. Yeah, queen g4, I mean, how bad can that move be? It's always going to be good.
Just like it.
When in doubt, play queen g4.
Yeah, and if the queens are
sweet that you threaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you threaten checkmate and you stop a checkmate at the same time. I mean, that's a powerful move.
It is a powerful move, and now in the end game, black goes with the worst pawn structure. The queen pawn structure here is a little bit misplaced here. White has very easy play. Maybe it's employed to play even c4 to stop that pawn going forward, but it is black to move, and black is the one who sacrifices the pawn. She felt that this was a bad pawn structure and she wanted to sacrifice it. White denies actually to take it. Still, a7 and c7 are weaker pawns than white's b and c pawn.
Well played game so far. A little something for Hou Yifan, but is it going to be enough? Times almost equal, slight edge for Hou Yifan. I mean, for Kosteniuk. And she decides to let Hou Yifan take pawn on c7, saying, bishops of opposite color, I'm going to be able to draw this.
That is, there is a good statement. I think it's very close to be true. Black is now trying to trade the pawns on the king side. And if that actually is possible, then black just blundered the pawn, I guess.
Bishop e8, and then bishop e8, and we were coming in with the king. Yeah.
King c7, king b7.
we've just blocked out your king. You know, I mean, the bishops of opposite color positions are drawish because if you can use your bishop and your king to prevent our pawn queening, but
Jan, why
this is
not king c7, king b7 in that position?
maybe even
Oh,
stronger indeed. Yeah.
but still, this seems to be a very good position for white.
Yes.
Bishop g5 is somewhere there, not to push the pawn c7. King has to go on c7 to activate this king. On the other side of the board, king e5 will create a lot of threats.
Yeah, you're gonna run out of moves at some point. Like if you try to, and Hou Yifan does win. If you tried to like hunker down and put your bishop on c8 and king d7, you would run out of moves, and you'd have to hang your bishop at some point. So don't get
Yeah,
carried away with the idea that bishops of opposite color are drawn. I think that's the key thing.
exactly.
Their draw is not drawn.
It's not draw. I have won so many opposite color bishop end games, like equal end games, but my opponent relaxed too much. But in this case, I think we had a blunder in that position. Anyway, the players have 12 more minutes in this segment, and Kosteniuk is still 1 point lead. And if she keeps this 1 point lead, it's already very good and a huge improvement from the previous year. What you can talk about this current position, and we do have another and new structure in this French defense.
Yeah, we've seen the French a few times, but this is a new new line, and it's a doozy. As it's going to be quite the battle here with Kosteniuk going for the kamikaze pawn attack. Bishop to d2, not even bothering to take that pawn off on d4. She wants to maintain the tension here and take it at her leisure.
Yeah, bishop to d2. Long castle just happened here, so Hou Yifan is not scared of any kind of queen attack anyway. They both actually always castle on the long side at the same time.
But you know what? That attack still exists even without the king there. I mean, of course, it's not as exciting. You might win the d pawn instead of getting a checkmate, but it still does exist.
Yeah, the pawn attack like g5 and to open up the g file, right? Yeah, that should be white's idea here to push g5 right away. Although this gives f5 square to black's knight, so maybe not at this point. First, maybe white has to take the pawn on d4 back. b3 sort of weaknesses some of the pawns on the queen side. That's a big question mark here by the engine.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder it doesn't look that bad. But okay, sometimes those question marks are kind of questionable if you ask me, Ketty.
Yeah.
A questionable question mark.
Questionable. Yeah, I agree with that. Somehow they both stand very strong on the board, and yeah, white is still not taking the pawn on d4. White is first improving the position on the queen side. Perhaps somewhere she wants to play a5, rook a1, a5, but black has already doubled the rooks on c file, so black has its own ideas.
Yeah, knight g8 here. Just played. What do you make of that move? A little perplexing. And do we have time to play something greedy like queen h7?
Oh, I like that move. I always
Oh,
like that queen h7 moves.
greed. You like greed, but there is f6, so I can't just win that pawn on g7 for nothing. Knight takes d4. She takes a different pawn. Knight d4, queen d4. We've been waiting to take that pawn for quite a while. And all right, so we're expecting to see a5 at some point.
Yeah, and our chat says that this is the closest match, and I can't agree more. We cannot say who's the favorite. Maybe Alexandra is a slight favorite because she has been using most of the advantages on the board, and Hou Yifan had this situation of flagging in one of her games when she could win actually. But more than that, I also agree that this is very, very even match.
Yeah, and Kosteniuk was very impressive yesterday in the bullet portion. So we'll have to really watch those first couple bullet games with a hawk eye, because that's going to determine the match most likely. I mean, we've only got a couple more 3-minute games in stock, and hey, we're going to come
Yeah.
down to bullet in this match, that's for sure. But first, let's see in this game, very, very complex for a bullet game, as we're now approaching the 1-minute mark, and I have no idea what's going on. I mean, this pawn on f6 could be a weakness, but it could be a major strength too, Getty.
The weakness which is on the board, and it's clear this is the pawn on h6. About f6 pawn, I agree with you. It can be actually both. For the moment, it's not under attack, so we can count it as a strength. After the queen trade, white can peacefully take the pawn on h6. Maybe that's the moment right now. Black is attacking, in fact, the pawn on f6. And there is also the pin with the knight, but you should be crazy to play here b4 with the idea to play b5, because this weakens the queen side so much.
Oh, God, great point. It's like pin city. We play b4, and then there's b4 though, right? B4, and then if you try to play king b8 to get out of the pin, there's another pin with bishop to f4. So,
oh, maybe that was the one. Maybe I was crazy. That is just. I like that.
Yeah, might be crazy, but that move looked pretty good. I don't know, Getty, and it was there for quite a while, but now rook to d5 does seem to stop that fun idea. Kind of
Yeah, I think Hou Yifan felt that it was something out there. That's why she moved this rook on d5 to stop that happening. I like this maneuver here with the rook on the board.
But still, easier to play this position for white. The queen on h8 looks very passive. I mean, you don't want your queen on h8 defending a pawn. That's not a good role for the queen. And meanwhile, Kosteniuk also with a bit of a time edge. Can she regain the 2-point lead?
That's a very good question. D3 has been played here to open up a little bit the center. So white's king gonna have some issues. And now probably black is counting on queen h6, queen trade, and d2 possibilities.
Well, good point. Just try to play the natural moves and just win the pawn, and then just start rushing up with your pawns.
C4. Rook to e4, rook to c4. Too many pieces. Everything is hanging. It's just too packed position. e4 seems to be a blunder. b4 is on the board. King b3 is a good move. And seconds on the clock, Jen. Seconds on the clock.
A 10-second game there. Maybe she could have grabbed that pawn on h6, but she's played queen to c7. Okay, rook e3. We're looking at rook e7 check. She's gotten it in.
Like queen g8 and king h6 move is a crazy move.
I was thinking about queen f1 there. Okay, rook a1 check, switching up the majors. Okay, what's going on here? Queen to e6, nice move. Look at that. And Kosteniuk loses on time, and the score. But you know what? Honestly, she had gained the advantage on the position as well as the clock there in those last few seconds.
Yeah, that's fair to say. It was not only the clock situation, but also the position started to be very good. And then we are starting now another game. This might be the last game if they started slow. 4 minutes before the end of the segment 3+1, and we have 7-7. This is the equal match. We might even say see the tie breaks in the end if we continue to have this kind of decisive results all the time from both sides. We might have Armageddon tie breaks.
Oh, it's early to call that, but right now, Kosteniuk has to recover from that game. She had such a nice position. I feel like at some moment she had to take that h6 pawn, but you know what? I'm focused on the past, and I shouldn't be, and neither is Kosteniuk, she is now focused on the present, where she has a really nice game with black. I mean, look at that. She's crippled the pawns for white here and has a beautiful center herself. What's not to love about this position? The only thing I can see is bishop a4 check, maybe a little bit annoying. But we can just play knight d7, right?
Then the
Knight
pawn on
d5,
d5, queen
queen a5
a5,
check.
knight c3, stuff like, oh, we might see this happening. We might see this happening.
Oh, but
Knight
she played knight c6 instead, which is probably even better, right? Just knight c6.
Yeah, about this pawn, doubling the pawn on the king side, I love this black's idea, but black has to be also very careful here not to just castle on the long side, because white can use this for the rook, and we can see here rook g1 attacking on g7, and white is using her weakness, the pawns on f3, as her strength now, as the rook from g1 is hitting the pawn on g7.
Right. Good point. Every time you have a weakness, you got to try to make it into a strength. And that's exactly what Hou Yifan is
Make
doing
it
here.
look like a strength.
Yeah, you got even if it isn't one, you got to try. But here, yeah, there's some serious chances. And after bishop to h6, we've got what, knight e8?
I think knight e8 or knight h5, both possibilities there. Knight e8 is probably the safest approach, indeed.
But instead, she took on c6 and played bishop g5. Okay, I mean, this just looks good for black, though. I mean, I got to be happy here for black. Not only do I have a beautiful pawn structure, but now like d5 is also on lockdown for me. I feel very happy with Kosteniuk's position here.
Seems very, very pretty. And the question is also, oh, f4 is a blunder. Can we just take that pawn? Rook e8 is tracked.
Yeah. Rook e8 is a very nice threat. Let's go. You got a castle queen side, but now rook b8 and Kosteniuk saying, "Hey, I got a good open file too. You got the g file, but I got the b file." And this is going to be a very nice attacking chance for her, because queen b6 is on the menu. I guess at the moment queen b6, maybe she's thinking bishop takes f6, queen takes b2, and there's no mate. So maybe white is happy with that.
Okay, there's also this idea to rook b2 and somehow to keep the king on the queen side and then creating the nating mate. There's nothing clear so far. Maybe it needs a little bit of preparation moves, but that can be an issue for black. How about bishop to e5 to make this bishop look like a dragon bishop on the file, and then rook to threaten rook to b2? Anyway, this is what you suggested, right? Bishop f6. And
yeah, so I said queen b6, which the computer gave an exclam, by the way, and Kosteniuk did take her time with that. And then after bishop f6, instead of taking on b2, she takes takes f6. That must have been the idea. Wow. Okay.
3 pawns on the f file.
And what was the difference there? So why didn't she take the free pawn? Because of rook b1 at the end, maybe, or rook b1 and queen g4 probably. That's why. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if queen b6 here, if after bishop f6, if we took this pawn, king b2, and then after gf6, there would have been rook b1 followed by rook takes b8.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just an important line, rook b8, and queen g4 threatening mate, and you can't stop it because there is queen g8 mate. Just a very iconic idea, so we had to show it to you.
It's very good to show that you showed it on the board, because I think most of us would just automatically take the pawn on b2. This is so tempting to take it with a pawn, and you will not understand why not. And then you will lose the game after this queen g4, and you would be very disappointed. So it's good actually that you demonstrated this kind of ideas that exist, and somehow white passed all the storm on the queen side, and white is still in the game.
Yeah, white is still in the game. Although, I mean, great play there by both sides. I got to say, for a 3-minute game, just releasing some really nice, deep classical variations. These players are warmed up, that's for sure. That same kind of line we saw earlier with Queen G2, but now she's able to play Bishop H6, and somehow, some way, both of the money squares are defended.
That's right. Now Black is trying to open up a little bit on the queen side with A5, A4. White is there to stop that happening. Maybe C5 now with idea to play C4 next move. You can see Kosteniuk all in. 18 seconds for Hou Yifan here. She has to make a move very fast. Yeah. And you guys,
open.
Yeah, we have the comment. They both get low on the clock, but you guys, they have only 1 second increment. This is nothing. It's just a 1 second. So basically, they play without any increment.
And after playing an almost perfect game, of course, now mistakes are going to creep in because no time. And look at this. She's trying to trade queens, but is it going to work? Queen B6 check, okay, but remember, Queen takes G7 now is on the menu, but there's Queen F2 check.
Queen F2 check. Rook goes on F2. It's a blunder, and now it's another blunder. Queen F6.
Okay, but now after Bishop takes F6, Black is up. Well, they're up a pawn, right? And there's so many. There's tripled pawns, but they are up. They are up a pawn, and they even have that passed H pawn now. And moreover, their activity is fabulous.
Yeah. All right, Rook E1 was a blunder because Rook D2 was winning the game, but that's already the past. They are playing so fast in this game, and now Black is pushing the pawn on H file. Jen, the question is, can White stop the pawn being pushed forward? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, well, White has chances now, but she's only got 1 second on the clock. I think she's going to lose on time. I think Hou Yifan.
Oh no, both pawns on the 7 and the second rank. Look at this craziness.
Oh boy. But she has stopped the pawn here, right? Knight H2 and Alexandra
No. There was a timeout. What a tragic end, Jen, here for Hou Yifan. She lost some time. She was fighting so much. And here we have a big smile on her face. I like her attitude. I like how she's keeping this positive energy. And well, that was really, really tough match for these two in this segment 3+1, 3.5 to 3.5. Jen, bullet section is ahead of us. What we can predict in that section?
Well, I don't know. That last game bodes very well for Kosteniuk, not only because she has a 1-point lead, but also that when it came down to 2 seconds on the clock, Kosteniuk could not avoid getting flagged. So that is problematic for her going into the bullet. But you know what? People's approaches really change in the bullet. So I think Kosteniuk could try to right the ship. The first game of the bullet is going to be very crucial. We're going to be there in a minute. But first, I got to tell you about this weekend where you can join us for the conclusion of the Collegiate Chess League and our 2023 fall season. The semifinals take place on Saturday, November 18th at 2 p.m. as the University of Texas Dallas takes on University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, and University of Missouri goes head-to-head against St. Louis University. Which two teams will make it all the way to the final? Tune in to find out and use XClam CCL in chat for all the info. Meanwhile, Ketty and I will be right back with the bullet portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championships. See you in a minute.
For years, ChessKit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the ChessKit National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went to my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
La partita a scacchi di Marostica è una grande rappresentazione collettiva.
Nel 2020 l'interruzione della partita è stato come spegnere improvvisamente la città.
Purtroppo sono stato qui in zona il paziente zero del Covid. Questa prima edizione dopo la pandemia è senz'altro un'emozione.
Questo è l'anno più importante per la città, per noi, per tutti. Do un'occhiata al meteo. Mamma. La partita di quest'anno è una questione di vita o di morte.
Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 semifinals here. We have Alexandra Kosteniuk on the screen and Hou Yifan as well. Now we are heading to the bullet portion of the match, the final segment, and we can take a look at the quote that Kosteniuk mentioned in her interview. So she said, I have never been a bullet fan. I think it is the only chess discipline that I had tried to avoid almost completely. The only expectations is the Women's Speed Chess Championship +1 increment does make a difference, but still I don't enjoy it. It is too fast, too nerve-wracking for me. Then that's what she said at the interview, and she pointed out that very specifically that maybe this 1 second increment can change something and takes her into her comfort zone. What do you think about this quote?
I think it's hilarious because yesterday when she won, she was asked about the quote in the post-game interview, and she said that, yeah, I mean, I said I don't like it, but that doesn't mean I'm not good at it. So she's like, just because you don't like something doesn't mean you're not good at it. And I think that was just such a beautiful, confident quote. You know, like I love to hear that. And I do challenge the chat. Can you think of something that you don't like but you're good at? What about you,
Yeah.
Patty? What do you not like but you're still good at?
That's so tough to think. Do you have anything in your mind? Well, I will win some time.
I gotta think of like an opening, like that you don't enjoy but you're still good at, right? Like you're good at playing it even though you're not really a fan when it shows up.
Yeah, yeah. I see. I would agree
Your
that.
work ending.
Yeah. I would agree. I will take also something like that. Then the players are getting ready right now to start the most complicated portion of the match, 1+1, and it's going to be the final segment for them. No more chances, and Kosteniuk is 1 point ahead. She has 8 points. Hou Yifan has 7 points. That is so much difference from what we have seen last year, you and me. And now we can already see the first game in the bullet section, Jan.
We're off, indeed. And Alexandra is playing a very sharp line. The winner against Hou Yifan's French, which is a frequent guest in this match. And there it is, Queen G4, the move that is always good.
Mm-hmm. That's right. The pawn on G7 was hanging and she just played here. G6, another move, Queen to F4. These queens are moving around. Bishop to D2 right now, guarding the pawn on C3 and was threatening C4. This is all theory here, and that's why they are playing so fast.
Well, that and the fact that it's bullet combination.
They have
and
to
we'll
do.
continue to see. Yeah, they have to be pretty fast. And there it is, Queen to B6, played by Hou Yifan. A computer does not like that move. Bishop C1, wow, just protecting the B2 square in an ice cold manner.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And this bishop can later on come on A3 and control the long diagonal. But before that, C3 pawn was hanging and white guarded this pawn, and B5. Here it seems that black is pushing, but the engine is not very much impressed as well as Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's keeping her plan going on the king side.
And here we have king to F1, B4 on the board. Still looking for people. Knight takes B4. What's going on here after bishop to... Where do you think she's going to play the bishop? Bishop D2 or bishop A3? Oh, she chose D2. And now after queen A6, what's going on in rook B1?
Pinning the knight, the rook on B8 is hanging. Queen takes A4. This is a greedy move here, but also a very nice move to guard the knight. Knight C3 will hit the queen on the... Oh, that's a blunder, queen C2? And queen D1 is perhaps there as well? Wow. Actually, that's a pretty tough blunder, because now the pawn on C4 will be the strong pawn, but another blunder just happened to you on F7.
I mean, this is just a very, very complex game for a bullet game. So expect mistakes, but also fireworks, as black is going for these major pieces to topple white's king, and white's going to try to make something happen with the H-pawn as she runs her king away. Oh, rook F8, there's queen takes F8 check.
Oh no. Oh no, there was a blunder, rook blunder. Queen E8 is another blunder. Rook C, what was there? Bishop A5 was there, but anyway, that's too far another side of the board. Black is winning this one. Extra rook on the board.
Black's up a rook because she's up a rook because she played rook F8 and white didn't take it. That is why she's up a rook. And there we have it. I mean, this is going to be winning for Hou Yifan. She's going to even the match.
King goes back and attacks the rook, maybe rook to F2 to hit the bishop, but it's at 95, also does a great job. And now white can't hold this bishop on F4, just trade. You have an extra rook. That is winning, indeed.
And there it is, Hou Yifan wins by resignation. I mean, I have to say that game, that opening, the French winner is so complex, Ketty, that it's very hard to play a bullet game well in it. I don't think it's the player's fault. I think that's just like it's just like playing a classical game in a bullet time control. So let's see how this one goes. We got a little bishops opening. First time we've seen the bishops opening.
First time in the bullet section, we have the new opening. I'm not surprised how many openings they're gonna play. If someone has counted how many openings we have seen already today, that's amazing. Well, what this position tells us so far, it is close center, and they are just developing the pieces. Both of them, knight h4 hits to knight d f5 next move if black allows that happen.
I'm a little concerned here, though. Somehow Kosteniuk's down 20 seconds. I don't really know how that happened, but it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing, indeed. And she can't even castle now because bishop h6 would be a crucial move. So white's knight is already on f5, attacking the pawn on g7. And black had to play bishop to f8 to guard the pawn on g7. And there is more and more pressure on black's pieces.
This is a terrible start for Kosteniuk, losing the first game and then getting a terrible position here with black, but furthermore, 30 seconds down on the clock in a bullet game. I mean, I don't know how you come back from this, but I mean, she's done it before, so don't ever count her out. But honestly, I think Hou Yifan's about to take the match lead because just so easy to play with so much extra time.
That's right, g4, pushing the pawns on the king side, h4, g5 with the ideas. We might see here all this redness on the board, but that's normal. This is a bullet game. Unless there is a blunder, then we can take all these missed chances.
There's also g6 here that I guess if g6 there was c4. So she plays bishop e5 to preserve the bishop first of all, and now rook f8 preventing that. But it's still all white in the position.
It is. White is dominating. White has more active pieces here, and a pair of bishop is a big power. Rook to h7 now, attacking on g7. Maybe rook h1, rook h8 would be the move. Black also has her own here. Black is also doing a great job to create so much danger on the queen side.
Yeah, and she's mitigated the time advantage a little bit as well. So yeah, like I said, don't ever count Kosteniuk out.
And now she couldn't take the pawn on a2 because she would lose the piece on f8. So she kept this queen back, and yeah, white is on the other side of the board. All the pieces are up to 6th rank, and we can see how active actually white is. And the second win in a row, Jan, in the bullet section for Hou Yifan.
Yeah, 2-0 here start for Hou Yifan. Tough beginning for sure for the chess queen. She tries the same opening she tried in the last game. It certainly wasn't the opening that cost her, but I have to say this opening in bullet is a very strange match for me. It's like peanut butter at a French restaurant. It's so hard to this opening's so complex. It's so hard to play in bullet.
I loved what you just referred here, but we loved it. It was all these crazy blunders and the sacrifices. We're gonna see that actually happening. And this game, black castled on the long side right away, not keeping the rook, king on e8, and white also castled on the short side. I think they are improving very much from the first game, and now. How strong is the attack on the queen side? Will white actually manage to get something out of it? Bishop
C1. Yeah, I feel it's more fun to play for white. Bishop a3, and the tactics are really coming at black with the king right there in the crosshairs for white. And look at that beautiful bishop on d6.
Yeah, I like that too.
Do you like knight e2, knight c1 with the idea of like maybe relocating where? Where was that knight going?
Yeah, where the knight goes, knight a2, knight b4 maybe.
Yeah,
but that's
true. Do that much.
Yeah, I like how black is pushing on the queen side and is not afraid to play a5, king a6. She knows she's strong there. All these pieces are well guarded. Black somehow managed to stabilize the queen side now.
Yeah, Black has managed to really defend beautifully here. I mean, this has been magical by Hou Yifan. Don't think that this is easy. This is not because Kosteniuk did a bad job of attacking. This is masterful defense here by Hou Yifan, even though computer is not liking some of these recent moves. Yeah, disregard that. They're all great moves.
They are fantastic moves. They are coming up with this seconds, and here we have Kosteniuk having more time on the clock in this position. So, but I really like your black side. Somehow I see more black species on the board than white species.
F3,
F3.
F4 is F4 now, and how are we going to get these pieces into the action? Queen A6 was looking to play knight B5, but prevented by Queen B2.
All the action now on the queen side, as the center and the king side is totally locked down. Now the one who is stronger on the queen side will win this game. Where the king goes, this king from G1 to D2 to guard the C3 pawn.
I personally think Kosteniuk is going to even the score here, though. Look at that. Look at how she's keeping a 20-second edge on the clock. And
Yeah.
she's just playing extremely quickly. I have a good feeling about this position for her. If she can just keep that game going, she will win because of the clock. Pawn takes before A4 played, and now this knight on G2 certainly needs to be rerouted.
Oh, I totally forgot about the king side that queen can sneak in. Queen G6 now creates so much of the danger, and black managed to stabilize it well. I believe black is happy to make a draw here if possible. Low time on the clock.
No,
no,
Kosteniuk's going to try to win this on the time. On the time, she has to try to win this on the time. Queen back to G6.
I know.
The problem is this knight on C2 is like incapable of getting into the game. But Kosteniuk did find one way. She found one way. The knight's coming to A3.
Knight A3 will be out there to take the bishop, but bishop went out from the square. B5 now. I love how Kosteniuk is pressing in this position. She's trying everything. Oh, oh my gosh.
She reversed the move. I think she wanted to take on B5 first. Oh no.
Whoa, that was just a blunder that she can't even understand what happened, why she played that. And this is a good chance for Hou Yifan now. They are even on time.
Two pieces here for Hou Yifan. That's right. And the time is now actually in Hou Yifan's favor. So she is going to extend this to a 2-point lead. Oh, man, that was hard. That was a rough one.
It was a very tough one for Kosteniuk, but Janice, this 3 win for Hou Yifan in the bullet section in a row. This is a magical thing that she's doing on the board. Who would expect that happening?
I didn't expect it that last game because Kosteniuk was playing so well and so quickly. But that's the problem with chess, Ketty, which makes it so frustrating, but also so tantalizing and exciting that one blunder ruins everything, right? So fantastic play, but she just played that bishop A4 move towards the end, which cost her the game. But another game on tap now, and if she wins this, it's only a 2-point margin. Very reachable in bullet chess.
It is. I agree with that. So Kosteniuk was in lead in the both segments we had earlier, but then Hou Yifan came back after the break as a speed god, and she's winning all the games, 3 in a row now, and this is another game here. We had this happening earlier. We had this pawn structure earlier. Not much of the fireworks yet, but with the no time on the clock, we have seen so many and clear blunders.
And I think this one will be. I think this one is one of the more balanced games we've seen so far in the bullet portion, but now it's Hou Yifan with the time edge as she plays A4, and the things about these expanding moves like B5 is they take away squares, but they also give black some weaknesses, and that's what Hou Yifan's trying to create now.
That's right. She is trying to get out something from this position, and obviously it's good to have 4 points edge than 3 points edge. But in this position, I somehow like black's pawns. They are guarding each other perfectly well, but the bishop on f8 is not as happy as I am for the black structure. Oh, look at this.
Bishops of opposite color, but looks like white is gearing up to have an even more powerful bishop than black, right? That bishop on c4 actually hitting the f7 pawn as Kosteniuk tries to keep the balance by keeping white pieces on the eyes of the h3 pawn.
Yeah, that's right. And what we have seen here is that, pawn on g5 is hanging.
There it is. Yummy.
f4 is coming right now. And how can you stop this pawn rolling f4, f5, or e5? Oh, that's a big danger here for black.
That's right. Just the pawn, right? e5 to e6. That's something about the bishops of opposite color that people might underrate. It's not just about taking stuff. It's also about pushing stuff. No way for you to protect that e6 square.
Yep, e6 can be, but first here, Hou Yifan doubles the rooks on e5. She's just getting red ready. Now she can push e6. Not yet. She's preferring.
Yeah, she's just like, you can never stop it. So she'll just wait. Oh, but there was queen a8 check. Well, thankfully she had queen to d5, so it wasn't that horrific, but it looks scary at first.
It's so scary looking move. She went back. She understood this is too much, maybe.
4 seconds left for Kosteniuk. Her position's bad, but her clock is bad too.
Bishop goes all the way to f3 to kick the rook from h file. Now bishop g4. And queen trade. Queens are off the board. Bishop goes back to c4. We gonna see somewhere the pawn break, but they are still improving the positions.
It's amazing her patience here, Hou Yifan. She's just like, she's not playing e6 until she's really ready. And I mean, at this point, she might not play it at all because now she's just going to win the f pawn straight out.
Well, yeah, just like that. And the white's king is also very active. Maybe she will even get the king on the queen side to just pick up the pawns. And here we have this endgame is clearly winning for white. White can just activate the king, get the king on the other side of the board and push the pawns. Kosteniuk, she cannot believe herself what happened in this game.
Yeah, this was a really well played one. And that's 4 in a row for those of you who are counting. As Yifan actually had started this match started this bullet portion down a point, but she's just dominated it with 4 in a row.
That's right, then 8 more minutes to go. And Kosteniuk already needs here 1 or 2 very fast wins to keep the chances to tie the match, maybe to go to the tie breaks, but her chances to win the match is getting slimmer and slimmer after each game. 7 wins in 40 seconds, and she has to catch up 3 games, right? She is 3 points behind.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She started out down a point and has won 4 in a row. So now she's up 3 points. And this French defense, Kosteniuk's been getting some nice attacks, but they have not been panning out nonetheless.
Yeah.
We do see that bishop kind of like a rock in Hou Yifan's throat, but she's still able to somehow work around it.
Yeah, I agree with that. 9b7 maybe to get rid of this bishop, but no, first bishop goes back. Too many pieces for the bullet game. Indeed, that's why we have so many ups and downs in the position. Knights are off the board. Bishop b4, maybe aiming to play a5 somewhere.
Huh. She just, well, Hou Yifan instead just took that off, and now look at how terrible the bishop on c8 is. See, this is surprising to me. I mean, I'm looking at the computer evaluation, they say that black is fine, but it looks so appealing to white, I must say. It's very appealing to white.
Yeah, it is, but maybe... Yeah,
no, great. Yeah, no breaks, right? So it's not that easy to make anything about your better bishop and better structure.
Yeah, like basically there is no way to break it. Maybe bishop d5 somewhere, so that's why black is keeping the bishop on b7 to look out for d5 square, and how you're going really to break the position. h5 though, black is the one to play it herself, h5.
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, I guess at some point, what was going to maybe try to play f5. So black played h5 herself, but now at least Kosteniuk has something to chomp on.
Yeah, queen goes on e1. Oh, queen a3, queen a4, capturing the pawns on the queen side.
Oh, but now rook a1 and rook a3, it could be a threat at some point. Not exactly, because b5 was hanging in the end. But your queen is not having a lot of squares here. And
Queen
you had to
b2
worry
is a
about,
good move.
yeah.
And the h5 pawn can be lost here. That's the thing. Oh,
Yes,
nice.
rook g2, rook g5 coming.
f5 first. And black is going to b pawn as well, so that stopped white to control g file for the moment. King goes on g5. Very tense game, very tense. Rook g5 back, but now the pawn is on the way to be promoted.
Yeah, I forgot about that a pawn for a second, but Hou Yifan didn't forget.
She did not forget,
Oh,
indeed.
maybe a draw. But that certainly behooves Hou Yifan, right?
Maybe a draw, so she's keeping 3 points advantage. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That was a strategical draw. She doesn't need to risk it too much. Hou Yifan.
Yeah, good, smart move there. As I think this is going to, Kosteniuk's going to have to win her games not only in a row, but she's also going to have to win them quite quickly at this point. So, big impressive showing so far by Hou Yifan in the Blitz. In the Bullet, sorry. Yeah. I mean, she's been impressive the whole match, but particularly in this portion.
Yeah, but she
the
started
other.
so nicely at the beginning. Then Kosteniuk was the one who was super impressive, and then she took the momentum back in the bullet portion. Hou Yifan and won 4 games in a row. So far, she has not lost any single game in the bullet segment.
But this position is also horrible for Kosteniuk because, I mean, Hou Yifan hasn't even sacrificed any material for this dazzling position. Weak pawns on e6 and g6, queen, bishop battery coming at you. All of Kosteniuk's minor pieces are bad. If I keep talking, the game's going to already be over. It's just a beautiful position for white.
It is so beautiful. The pawn on e5 has been gone, but this gives white a chance to open up the queen side, and the king on b1, b8 is so open, and there will be some checks now. Queen a6 with idea queen b5 is one thing, but you can queen b5, queen e8 is something that you can watch out. Queen e5 and taking the rook.
That's right. Just a classic double attack, and Hou Yifan wins, taking a 4-point lead.
Wow, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she cannot believe this is happening here. 4 points, actually 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It is a very, very slim chance now that something can happen to turn the table in favor of Kosteniuk.
And it appears that Hou Yifan is looking pretty for that final spot, as this seems insurmountable unless Kosteniuk were somehow to win with like 20 seconds a game. You know, this is just too big of a margin. Who would have expected Hou Yifan to dominate the bullet so decisively when the 3-minute and 5-minute matches were so close?
Very close, very, very close. And yeah, it's we have seen so far something exciting, something amazing that we want Hou Yifan to play more and more chess. And yeah, this is not the end. We still have this game on. Maybe this is the one last game, or we might have another one. But Jen, pretty much the results is out there, and she is 4 points ahead of her opponent.
That's right. And she's got another good position after this move bishop to d7. The g4 pawn is going to hang, and it's white's king that's also weak. But she sacked the exchange.
Yeah,
Just
just
save
like
the pawn.
G5 and get the queen on G5. Maybe H6 is her plan in this position. Oh, knight on E7 is hanging. we saw here Hou Yifan's reaction. She put the hands on the head. And then she remembered it was no time for that. It was a bullet game, and she took her hands off very fast. There was a funny situation there. Yeah,
obviously for the match. But it's still kind of interesting, right? I mean, there's really beautifully activated rook on c2, just captured on c2 rather. So you got the 2 pieces for the rook, but it's far from clear.
Wow, that is amazing play, and the technique by Hou Yifan here is in this position. She has exchange, but Kosteniuk has some good chances to hold, and she has good time situation as well. And let's see, 93 perhaps.
And just FYI, that is the match, as the clock has run out. So Hou Yifan will head to the finals, but hey, this position is interesting, so let's see what happens. 2 pieces for a rook. Crazy position. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and now
maybe rook to b2. Okay, bishop c6 also does the work here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, like, if the pieces don't make something happen, then these extra pawns that black is accumulating are going to be devastating.
True.
So how do you,
2 pawns.
you got to like construct a mate or something? And is she doing it? Well, she looks like she's doing it. She's doing it. Takes on g7 is going to be mating. And how do you stop it? She wins. She wins.
In a beautiful way, Jen. She needed this win. Alexandra Kosteniuk.
It's nice to see the chess queen get that gorgeous win to avoid the clean sweep, but that doesn't change the story of the day, which is that Hou Yifan is headed to the final of the Women's Speed Chess Championships due to this devastating, torching win in the bullet portion, 5.5, 1.5.
Amazing, and the total score 12.5 to 9.5. That was the match, very close match. But what we have seen in the bullet segment was totally beyond our expectations. Hou Yifan did amazing job, won all the games possible at the beginning, then made a draw, and then in the end, this game was just for prestige for Kosteniuk, but the match was already won for Hou Yifan, which means that Hou Yifan goes to the finals, to 2023 Women's Speed Chess Championship, and she will be one step closer to win this title one more time.
That's right. That is going to be quite a final, no matter what happens tomorrow. It's a pleasure to see the great Hou Yifan in the final. And, you know, we are going to be having an interview with the players shortly. So in the chat, let us know if you have any questions for Hou Yifan.
Yeah, you guys let us know what you want us to ask you from you, and you don't want to go anywhere because we're gonna see the interviews of Hou Yifan and also Alexandra Kosteniuk. We'll be back shortly with the players. In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's two pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars made attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so white has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where white has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So white is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that white wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholars made in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think white got really nice play on the king side. Coming back with the interview of the first finalist of the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023, Hou Yifan. What a match! Congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah, it was such a match today. I felt I was very lucky, and there were a lot of blunders for both of us, I guess.
Right, we have seen so much happening in the first 2 segments, but what we have seen in the bullet, that was beyond of our understanding and what was happening there. You won all the games possible. Can you please tell us how did you felt in the bullet section?
Well, I thought I started bullet section somehow, just starting to getting better. Although I thought that for the first two segments, both of us were missing some very good chances. And when it goes to the bullet, I felt like it could be really both ways. And to be honest, I think Sasha really did a great job today in general, no matter about the opening or maybe the later stage about some tactics and so on. So I felt like bullet are just, trying to be at least a little bit faster compared to the previous games, because I think I was like down on the clock in some of even, just like too slow. So I thought my strategy just changed a little bit, trying to be a little bit faster considering it's bullet chess. And somehow it worked. It worked in most of the games. Although I think top of my black, this French structure, where give the rook on f8, all these kind of things. It's like both of us were like having this kind of rank points in different positions. So I thought in general I was very lucky that could got this match.
You tried a lot of different openings in this match. Can you tell us how you switch up your openings and what kind of motivates you to do it in this match? You went from the Sicilian and ultimately stayed with the French.
Oh yeah, but to be honest, actually both of the openings I have played recently, but even before this event. So even though it seems like something huge to switch, but both are kind of kind of my openings. So I mean, without any very specific preparation, and I felt like some positions it's good to switch a little bit. It's just like random decisions. Within seconds I cannot explain like why I choose this and why I didn't choose the other way. But only is just one part. I think what matters more is actually the later stage. If in such a speed format you could avoid blunders and be ready for the simple tactics. Actually, that would be very helpful.
So it's like a last minute decision. You don't plan it before the match. You kind of like go with the flow based on how things are going.
No, I mean, I'm actually today playing in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, not in my home, and I traveled here yesterday, so I was trying to adjust the time here, and also I think Sasha won the match actually yesterday, so it was very close for me. I didn't really do any special preparation.
How difficult it is to play this high competitive tournament when you need a good connection and you are traveling to. Is it discomfort for you, or you don't really mind when the game starts?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And actually, probably you can see now my internet speed wasn't that good. And coincidentally, this morning I was trying to fix this problem because I'm here and now just try to test the speed. I opened Chess.com and trying to play a couple of bullet, and I saw that the signal is like only 3. Normally it's like 4 at least, so I saw it's only 3. And when you open the site, it takes like 2 seconds. I was like, oh, okay, what happened here? And then I was like kind of trying to solve this problem. Then I realized later on it's actually the settings of my laptop. I need to switch one this kind of power, and then that works. But in general, I thought that both for my case and some of my opponents' case previously in those big chess, we were kind of affected by a little bit delayed, a little bit speed problems. At some moments, I think that's normal. Again, like I mentioned the last time, since it's some online events, I think no, most of the players wouldn't take it as seriously as some OTB events. So we're just enjoying it. Even sometimes 1 or 2 games, the speed affects. That's all. I mean, nothing special. Oh, by the way, I saw today my opponent at 1 game at the opening. Maybe she got some disconnections. I don't know in bullet chess.
Oh,
Like yeah. And tomorrow we're gonna see the other semifinal between Lagno and Harika Dronavalli. Last year you played Lagno in the final. So who are you rooting for? Are you looking for a rematch or are you looking for a new opponent?
Well, actually, I think 2 years ago I was playing with the Harika in the final. So both of the players actually I have faced in the final previously. I think they did both a great job. I didn't really follow the games, but they had like a huge victory in their previous match. So I thought both are really in their, the good shape, and both are also very active. I believe that they are all very, very strong in this speed chess event. And maybe, all matters when you need to win the match when both are around the same level. So I'm just expecting for an exciting one, which I believe will be.
Ivana, I have this question. Yesterday was a match of Alexandra, another match for Alexandra. She played against Vaishali.
Yeah.
And in the interview, there was an interview when she mentioned something about Bullet, that it's maybe not her cup of tea because there is short time control. Have you watched that interview, and have you focused on the Bullet portion of today the most specifically?
Well, actually not, but maybe I should. No, I didn't. But somehow, after you mentioned this in today's match, if I just look it back, I feel like maybe a little bit she's nervous because, some games she's just playing very fast, but just like losing seconds, not really thinking. And some of the games when position was difficult, she's also like spending a bit more time on the strategy and the plan. Maybe, but I think that's normal for I believe most of the players, when you're playing like faster time control, faster, nobody would say that I play bullet would be more calm compared to standard chess. I believe that's the case. But just how you maybe how you deal with it, how you find the balance between the pressure and also try to be able to at least find some moves. But again, although I think I won the last section, but still some games were really like decided in the last few seconds.
So we got a few questions for you from the chat, Hou Yifan, and we got one from Daniel Victor. He asks for your current opinion on Fischer random chess. Would you love to see that in the Speed Chess Champs final?
Well, I think that would be interesting, definitely. But I believe players who would pick for facial random chess is trying to avoid some, let's say, opening preparation, those kind of long theories. But when it already comes to the speed chess, I see the less reason to put it facial random compared to the standard chess. But again, I think it's very interesting. And I don't know, for example, if people are not familiar with the different setups of facial random chess, and when you start with bullets or blitz or even bullet chess, how are you gonna manage it?
Right.
That would be very
Yeah, people in the chat are so curious, and they have a lot of them have this one question. And Basky asked, "How does Hou Yifan stays so sharp despite not playing often?"
Am I playing sharp? I didn't really feel about that. Well, it's hard to say. Probably it's kind something born in nature. I don't know. That recalls me when I was young. I'm a kind of tactic player who prefers those combinations and trying to be a little aggressive is if possible. But when I grew up, when you're facing like stronger opponents, somehow my playing style is a little bit mixed. And I don't know if because of these less of practice, lack of practice, and somehow just initially you choose for your original style, if that's the case. But I didn't do anything purpose for this for sure.
Yeah, indeed. We are actually very, very curious. And also, chat has this question. I just go through the chat, and many of them are asking about your work and your profession. How is your academic work going? Does it complement chess or vice versa?
Well, actually, it's going well. And I remember last time I mentioned already a little bit, so I'm not going to repeat here. So basically, it's just like a new job still in academia fields. And I feel like it's a not really a new life, but at least some new fields that you feel like a lot to learn and a lot to explore. But if you say like compliment or not, it's really hard to say. And normally, I don't really think too much about those like logical or fundamental questions because sometimes when you're going too deeper about this kind of things, you're making yourself a little bit like overthinking a little bit into those kind of emotions. So I'm just like following the principles. For example, if I feel happy to do playing the Germans, I'm just going for it. And if I feel like okay, it's good to explore the other fields, I will do and trying to find a way of combining both.
Well,
Right.
you're certainly doing that today as We were dazzled by your play, and we're so looking forward to seeing you in the final. Congratulations to Hou Yifan, who is our first finalist here at the Women's Speed Chess Champs.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
indeed. And you guys, we are going to have another interview, and we're gonna have Alexandra Kosteniuk back to us, and we have a lot of questions to ask to her too. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly. We are back with Queen Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us after the match. We know this is a great effort, and we appreciate your time to be here with us. We have so many questions to ask you. And the first question is, how do you feel after the match?
Well, disappointed, of course, because I think I played great the first two portions, although I was not very happy after 3+1 because I think I gave away too many games with a big advantage closer to the end. But okay, I got lucky in some, but of course I completely spoiled the 1+1 section, started blundering, not taking rook in one, then giving away just too many things.
All right, yeah. Alexandra, at some point, Hou Yifan mentioned that you might go disconnected. Was there internet any issue for you today for this match?
No, everything was working fine. Cannot blame the internet, unfortunately. I'll blame myself. Yeah.
Okay.
You did have a lot of memorable games. You said that you really were happy with your playing the 5 minute and 3 minute. You did come out ahead in going into the bullet portion. Were there any like memorable games or openings that you felt like you were just really on top of in this match?
Well, I had a few games that I enjoyed. Um, I think I played pretty well there. But as I said, I felt that I gave away just too many because even at the beginning of the match, like, okay, I won the first one pretty luckily, but then in the second and in the third game, I was completely winning, and I think I scored only half a point. And yes, I think I won 2 or 3 games when Hou Yifan forgot about time and then blundered, but still, I had this feeling that I was giving away just much more than I was winning. So, and yeah, and unfortunately, the 1+1 section, but it all started with this terrible, I think, rook blunder. I mean, Hou Yifan just gave me the whole rook, and I didn't capture it with a check, and then I didn't see one more check that was completely winning, and yeah, and I lost this first game, and probably somehow, well, and of course the third game of the 1+1 segment in this French, long French, maybe it was like very hard to break through, but I had a very big time advantage, and I think it was so much easier for me to play, but I blundered anyway, and somehow after that, I lost it.
So you mentioned the rook takes f8, the queen takes f8, mutual blindness moment. Of course, uncharacteristic for you, but very relatable for everybody in the chat. So is that something you just like noticed right after? Like, because you mentioned it now. Did you mention like a few seconds after?
Yeah, I noticed it right after. And then, well, now I had a look at this game. There was later on, after I didn't take the rook, I had bishop a5, which I completely missed. It was also winning. I mean, not so, of course, easily winning, but it was a nice idea that I didn't even consider. So she, like, after I checked her on h8, she blundered again with queen e8, and I had a winning bishop a5 check move. But yeah, unfortunately, I just missed too many great moments in this 1+1 section, and yeah, that's why I'm kind of disappointing. I mean, if I have this feeling that I did all I could, then and I lost, it's fine. But here it just feels to me that I should have somehow I could have performed better in the 1+1 section, and that makes me a little bit sad.
Right. Alexandra, do you think that the fact that you had another match yesterday against Vaishali and today you had to play this match somehow affected you in a way with the result, or not at all?
Well, I mean, I was pretty happy yesterday. Of course, I was very tired, but it's like,
Tell us about how the European Team Championship is going. For those of you who don't know, they're currently going on in Montenegro, and you had a day off today, and you couldn't play yesterday, so your team played, right? And they did quite well. Yes, well, they did quite well. They won. So, Kosteniuk, some positive news on the chess front, not only in making it to this thrilling semifinal and entertaining us so much, unfortunately for Kosteniuk and her many fans, not making it to the final. But hey, Katie, only one person can do it.
Yeah, only one person can do it. Indeed. We can't ask more questions to Alexandra. I think we lost the connection with her. We wanted to know more and more, but it is so tough to talk after losing such an important match, Jan, and a possible way to get the title that she has not got yet. But we do have another match coming up, another semifinal. Kateryna Lagno will take Harika Dronavalli, and that's going to be another big fire on the board that's going to happen tomorrow. And Kateryna Lagno, in fact, is the winner of Women's Speed Chess Championship of the previous year, and she is probably planning to win this edition as well. But Harika is out there and she will fight for her best to go herself to the finals against Hou Yifan. Jen, today it has been amazing, and what a coincidence that we, both of us, in fact, covered these very semifinals against Kosteniuk and Hou Yifan last year as well. So looking forward to next year of the semifinal and our duo. But what you can recall from today, the most key points that we have seen?
Gosh, it was a really thrilling day. And I guess one of the key points and most memorable things for me was the bullet portion where we saw Hou Yifan just really dominate and stay ahead on the position and the clock and really handle all of those things so well. Kenny, it was also just very memorable and fun to call this with you. Maybe I had to wake up in the 4 in the morning, but it's so worth it for this in the chat. Now, tomorrow I'm going to be calling the other semifinal and I'm going to miss you. So I got to ask you what you think about that matchup and who your pick is so that we can remind viewers of it tomorrow. Who are you taking? Are you taking Harika or Lagno?
Well, they are both amazing chess players. And as a commentator, I never choose the side. But at this point, I want Harika to have a chance to win the title, as Kateryna is already so strong speed chess player, and she has already won the title. So I will probably be slightly in favor to Harika to see her and to have everyone the chance to fight for the title. I'll be watching actually the commentary and the match. I was also watching the other matches to see, and this is actually as a viewer, as a chess player, this is the event that I myself enjoy so much to watch and to observe all the games. Today was fantastic match. We couldn't ask for more. Unfortunately, maybe it was Alexandra said that there was no internet connection, but maybe it was a little bit internet problems too. And we knew that there was a bit of internet problem for Hou Yifan as well. But in the end of the day, we do have one winner, as you said, Jan, and this winner will go to the finals. And I wish you a lot of fun tomorrow for Kateryna Lagno and Harika Dronavalli match, the commentary. And you guys, thank you so much for being with us today, our chat on YouTube and Twitch. And thanks a lot, Jan. I'll see you hopefully very soon. And bye.
Can't wait to see everybody tomorrow.